Right.
Okay. So we'd like to call the meeting to order at
9:35.
9:35. And is there any additions to the agenda?
Nope.
No. Okay. Adoption of previous minutes. Did you?
We adopt your agenda.
Okay. All in favor?
Thank you. Is Counselor or Mayor putting it in?
Well, I'll do it since I
Okay.
forgot.
Okay, thank you.
So the minutes, there's 4 sets because we had the public hearing for the public notification, and the road closure was another one, and then the special meeting. So did you folks go through them all?
Yep. Okay, that's fine for me.
Good. So do we have to make 4?
We can do like adopt the minutes, 3.1 to 3.4 as presented. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's put their name on it.
So moved.
All in favor?
Dan, sorry.
Favor?
Thank you.
Justin will be here, so I guess we watch the next person. Oh, I think he's here. There he is. I see him walking. I am just.
Okay, public hearings, there's none, so delegation just coming through the door.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Good timing. Good timing. We're ready.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good. How's it going today? Busy day? Busy meeting?
No. Not bad.
Not a terribly full agenda?
Well, it's full.
Yeah. Well, I get it. All righty.
Vision, we're ready.
Yep, oh yeah,
Perfect.
yep, got all your stat stuff here, so. Pass those around, everyone can take a copy. There's a copy for you there too.
Oh,
Eric. Oh, yeah, there's
Yes,
enough.
there
Yep.
it is. There's always a copy, and the nice colored ones are the file copies. And you look forward to the electronic copies you're posting, right?
Yeah, well, you'll need to submit it to Municipal Affairs. Yeah,
Right,
because they won't let me do it anymore.
yes.
They used to let us do it, but no, not anymore. Now it's gotta come from the official email address.
Yes, I know. So I'll have that, and then one of these copies we're putting up on our website.
Yeah, exactly. I'll leave you a few copies signed today once we're done. All right. Am I up?
You are.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. How many people do we have online? Anybody joining us?
One.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I don't know, not on Zoom on its own,
Not
but
hearing
we have.
anything.
Just good to know who's dropped, how big of an audience we got. All right, so we got, everyone should have copies of the financial statements for the Summer Village White Sands year ended 2024.
Justin,
Hey.
just introduction.
Mhm.
So Justin Tanner gets Creedy,
Hi, how are you? Dan?
Dan Zimbo,
Okay.
Lauren Thurston.
Paul, nice to meet you. I know there was a couple when I was doing my disclosure of the wages stuff. I'm like, there's a couple new ones on here I don't recognize. So it's Dan and
No, Dan.
Dan
and
Paul. Perfect. Good to know. All right. So yes, Summer Village White Sands audited financial statements for 2024. So first page is the cover page, table of contents. The third page in, it says page number 1 at the bottom, it says management's responsibility for financial reporting. This is where Melissa will basically sign off and approve. So this is management approving the financials, basically stating that as far as management is aware, everything's accurate, everything's reported correctly. There's nothing that's gross or misleading within the financials. The next page is the independent auditor's report. And this is my audit report. This is where I would where I'm issuing an opinion on the financials. So management prepares them, council reviews them, and I come in to give an opinion. And the opinion that we're issuing this year is a clean opinion. So this is our standard audit report for a clean opinion, meaning there's nothing that we've come across that's, number one, inaccurate in the records or at a significant risk in the processes within the municipality itself. So overall, things seem to be running very well. So we are issuing a clean audit opinion this year. And 2 more pages forward, we start getting into some pages with some actual numbers here. It's the statement of financial position. You'll see at the bottom, there's a signature for the mayor to sign. So again, at the end of the day, management's approving the statements. I'm issuing an opinion on the statements, and council is also approving the statements here too. So between the 3 of us, if there's anything wrong, we should figure it out, but no concerns here. So we'll run through the numbers here really quick. Not really quick, we'll take as much time as needed, but I'll kind of hit the highlights that I see. And if there's something you want to go into more, we can definitely do that, but we'll kind of point some things out. So the very first item, you'll see your cash and short-term investments, $925,000. The only thing we need to really stands out there, we need to remember is there some of that cash is always restricted. There's about $214,000 in there that is grant money you've received that you haven't spent yet. And there's about $30,000 for development permits that is technically you're holding on behalf of someone else. So there is about $680,000 that is technically available cash to the municipality. Cash you can use for your purposes. Other items in that financial asset section, you'll see you have a receivable from other governments, $213,599. These are amounts that government agencies owe you. It's made up of, number one, GST. You have a GST refund coming of roughly $18,000. You also have a couple grants that are owed to you that have not been paid yet. You have the CCBF, which is about $120,000 owed to you, and the LGFF grant, which is roughly $75,000 that at the end of December was owed to the municipality. So you have those grants that have been approved and verified by the government that they will be paid out to you once their spending profiles or whatever your requirements are to get the grant funds available to you. Okay, we also
is that just normal process going through and the time it takes that these are outstanding, or is there?
Actually, no. For some municipalities, you can do carry forward grants because you're looking at a larger project. We haven't done enough projects to use up the funds that we were handed. So now it's how we use those funds, or the government decides they're pulling that funding back, which we've had close, then we can't get the new grants. Now, we have worked last year and we have actually met and brought things up to we're much closer, and there's still a little more to do, but we're getting closer to being able to have additional funds that they're holding back released.
But they're restricted for certain activities.
exactly.
Exactly.
Like they can't be used for operational,
No.
they can't be used for some,
Typically, they got to be used for capital project, either new capital additions or maintenance of capital items,
Right.
like road maintenance or road construction, or your
Depending on the grant.
exactly.
One has
Depending
to
on the
be-
grant.
grants
Yeah.
are funded for
Okay.
different purposes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I can't remember how many years, but that CCBF, I think they have 6 or 7 years worth that they're holding that makes up to that 120.
yes.
And then the LGFF is just the current year, but the CCBF one has been sitting there for a few years and they're waiting to get an approved project and then they'll fund
We
it
have
out.
now brought it up that we are not over 5 years.
So
As
we're
of
getting
this
more
year's-
current.
2024 is reporting, yes.
Mhm.
So then in the LGFF or whatever they call it now, there is. a
The
port-
MSI, we have also brought up
Yeah.
to
Right.
another standard. We still have outstanding amounts
So
to
they,
be used.
yeah, they paid you them, yeah.
But we've brought it up where we're not in where they're going to tell us, because we spent enough with this building. As this building project gets completed, it is bringing us up.
Yeah.
Yes, so
But
that's
some of
why.
that funding that we get, like what is LGFF for 70-some thousand or whatever.
75,000.
Yeah,
So
So
there's a
75,000.
portion of that though that could be used for operational, is that not
That's
correct?
that's a separate thing from the LGFF, that they have an operating portion, which is separate from capital, and that is reported under using operations like for garbage, things like that.
But is it still out of that 74,000?
No,
Okay.
that 74,000 is straight capital,
Capital.
Okay,
yes.
someone's not hearing anything, did you?
No, I just, cause my computer is muted, so I can, no, they can hear you.
Okay.
We're
okay,
I
We're
asked
good.
that
I
question
checked
too.
them, yeah. It's on the right thing and it can hear.
perfect. But yeah, excellent questions. And like I say, it's good to know that those grants are approved and fund and owed to you as soon as we get some projects in there. Other financial assets you see there, you have your Shirley McCullen, 124,000, no change there. That was all three phases that you've bought into there. Okay, under liabilities, first line, you have your 145,000 is your trade payables. That's basically your bills that were owed in December, but were paid sometime soon after year end. Nothing significant there. You do have deferred revenues at 344,000. These are grants that have been received or are owed to you that you have not spent yet. So the biggest one there is MSI, 214,000. MSI Capital, they funded you, they'd give you the cash in your bank account, you haven't spent it yet. You also have some CCBF and the LGFF that, again, it's owed to you and you haven't spent it yet. They kind of offset each other, that receivable and that payable. But you do have about 85,000 of CCBF and 43,000 of LGFF that was deferred. Other liabilities, you only have one real long-term debt. It's your due to Shirley McClellan. You'll see it's showing at 53,000. Your payments every year are roughly $4,000 on that. There's a January and a July payment, I believe, is the timeline on it. We have a schedule in the back, and it's really low interest rates. You see it dropped $3,000 or $4,000 this year, and it's scheduled, I think, to mature sometime in 2037 or something like that. So small payments there. Down in your non-financial assets, you'll see your biggest one there is always going to be your tangible capital assets, 1,412,000. And this represents the original cost of your assets minus all the amortization you've claimed. This is the remaining value of those assets. And a little farther back, we have a schedule that actually details every category, but that's the total. And so I'll just run through really quick what happened this year with TCA. Total additions, amounts spent on capital, you spent about $419,000. The biggest single project we're sitting in right now, $268,000 spent on this building in 2024. You also bought a sander for $12,000, signage, the road signage, $2,600 was spent on that. You had a road project, $68,000 spent on that. You had the drainage project, roughly $40,000. You had the shoreline development study project, about 18,000 spent there, and roughly 9,000 spent on the basketball courts this year. So in total, about $419,000 spent on capital additions in 2024. Okay.
Which has brought our grants to where we're not at a 5-year.
Exactly. And that's why we see a lot of things. That's why we see less cash, like your cash went from 1.3 down to 900,000. Your deferred revenue went from 653 down to 344 because you spent some of the grant money that you had in your bank, and that's what the government likes to see. That's one of the reasons, that's one of the things that will release future grants. If you're holding past grants, they don't want to give you more grants to hold on in your bank account. So as they see you spending the grant money they give you, it starts to improve the flow of the grants that are coming towards you. So, any questions on that first page? That's your balance sheet. That's your assets and your liabilities for the as of the end of the year. Okay. Next page is your income statement of operations. So as the first page was your assets and liabilities, this is your revenues and expenses for the 2024 fiscal year. So usually what we do here is I look at the budget versus actual, because that's usually our target. We're trying to say, what did we plan for? What did we do? And why did we over or underspend or not? So the first section, revenues, you'll see that you have your first line, net municipal taxes, budget 515, actual 515. Looks like your actual taxes are about $40 over what you budgeted for. So very, very good on the budgeting there. So no concerns. Government transfers, same thing, really close to your budget. If you look at your total revenues, you budgeted for $600,000 of revenues. You actually realized 603,000, and that's very, very good budgeting. It means, but
Thank you.
it's hard to budget for revenues. It's easier to budget for expenses because revenue you can budget for taxes, but lots of the other stuff you don't really know. So excellent budgeting for the revenues. It's a little harder. It's a little harder to budget for revenues. Expenses are a little easier because you had some control there to some degree. Okay, so again, revenues seems to be planned. So they were a little bit higher than the prior year. We'll point that out. Number one, you'll see that your tax revenues were up. You had more tax revenues coming in. Your investment income was up quite a bit too. Just the rates that you're getting on the cash that you have in the bank significantly up. So between those two, that's where we see the increase there. In your expenses, we look at expenses two different ways. This page here looks at expenses based on which department of government spent the money. And typically we don't go into this, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you hold your finger here on page number 5 and flip with me to page number 10. Nope, 11. So on that first page, we were looking at expenses based on which department of government spent it, whether it was admin or public works or whatever it might be. This schedule 5 on page number 11 is actually what the money was spent on. And I find this is a little more telling as far as where the money went versus which department had approved the expenditure. So you'll see salaries, $8,000 over budget. Contracted services, $7,000 over budget. Materials were about $30,000 over, $29,000 over budget. Couple things in there that stand out. That's really the only thing that was significant, where there was a significant variance. Parks, when we look at parks, all the parks expenditures were about $16,000 over what was budgeted for, as well as fuel. Fuel expense was about $7,000 more than what was budgeted for. So those two areas kind of combined for about $23,000 over budget, which does flow down to our bottom line. With one exception of amortization. You'll see that you guys have an amortization expense of $80,662 and nothing in the budget, and that's kind of the typical approach. Amortization is when you buy an asset for $100,000 and it's got a 10-year life, you amortize it $10,000 every year. So $80,000 is the portion of your assets that essentially the value you lost in your capital assets. You never had to write that check this year for $80,000. You did have to write a check for $418,000 to buy all the new assets, but you didn't write this one for $80,000. And it's not in the budget, and that's been the typical approach for the White Sands, is not to have that in the budget. But
why would we not put that in our budget if it's something we're going to be seeing in our actuals every year?
It's usually related to capital budgeting. So usually it's going to be in the actuals, but usually you put things in the budget that you're going to tax your residents for. So if the approach with your tax rate bylaw has been not to tax your residents to cover the amortization expense, then we wouldn't have it in the budget. But if you were going to say, well, we're going to tax our residents $20,000 a year extra to cover some amortization so that we get some cash inflows and we can put it aside for future capital, then you'd budget $20,000 for that amortization to try to cover that expenditure. So you don't have to have it in there, but it will always look a little bit weird on your financial statement if you don't have it in there.
So in our capital that we did on the previous page,
Yep.
It had some amortization on the tangible capital assets to bring down the value of that.
Mm-hmm.
So is it double dipping to be reducing our capital assets and then be charging ourselves on an operating cost for that same amortization?
No, it's not, because it's on the previous page when we were looking at the 80,000, like you're talking about the balance sheet where it showed the capital assets being, I'm not sure which page you're.
Like we're on the page 4 on the,
Yep, gotcha,
on the assets and liabilities. You said that we had about 400,000
Yeah.
of new capital purchases. And then taken out of that was some amortization.
Yeah, so the way it
or
works.
depreciation or,
Exact, so I'll walk you through, so if you look at on that page 4 that you're looking at there, you see in the prior year, the balance of the capital assets was 1,074,000.
yeah,
What we did this year is we added about 418,000 to that.
Yeah.
And that brought it up to basically 1.5 million.
Yeah.
And then we took 80,000 off of the balance sheet and put it onto the expenses. And that
Okay.
brought it down to 412,000.
okay,
So every year we're moving some value off of the balance sheet and expensing it through the income statement.
okay,
So yeah, when you buy a new capital asset, it never shows up on the expenses.
right.
It just goes into the asset and then
Over
it
the
gets-
life of it, then it'll be expensive.
exactly, it comes off the balance sheet and into
Okay.
there. So this year we took 80,000 out of the balance sheet and onto the income expense.
Okay.
So yeah, we aren't double dipping there, but there's a couple places in the financials where it shows the dollar values of what it went in and what got amortized out, and I'll point those out. But oh, excellent question. But to answer your question, no, we are not reporting the expense twice.
Okay,
But yeah, that's the general approach. Is you usually budget for amortization to the extent that you want your ratepayers to contribute to future capital purchases through their tax dollars. Okay.
So that'd be the same as the landfill authority saving up nickels for another new packer or
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
They're requisitioning, they're saying 10 years, we got to buy a new packer. So White Sands has to contribute $5,000 every year for 10 years. So your contribution is 50,000 and then they can buy it in 10 years. So yeah, exactly right.
Build the budget with those
Yep.
contingencies which go into those, right, that.
And that's why municipal affairs pushes so hard to have you submit your operating and your capital budgets for a 5-year plan, because they want to know that you're planning for the future. If you're looking at a building like this, how are you going to fund it? Well, we're going to fund it through $40,000 of taxes every year for 5 years. That's 200,000, and then we're going to build our building. So it's oftentimes hard to project those future costs, but that's where it's coming into play there. Okay. So back to page 5. So this is again, overall income statement. The expenses here that we're seeing here, the totals here do agree to that schedule we just looked at. Like you see the total of 740,000, that agrees to that prior page we were looking at. So when we have our revenues minus our operating expenses, we have a deficit of 137,000. Keep in mind, that includes an $80,000 expense for amortization. And then we have our grants that came in for capital, 416,000. So our overall surplus this year, 279,128. Includes capital grants too, though, that were spent on capital projects.
So that's-
Anything?
That's important for the public to know too, like the being over is not their tax dollars.
Exactly. Just their tax dollars and your regular operating expenses and operating revenues, you were in a deficit of 137,000. But then we have our capital grants that put it into a surplus. And that's why we show that separately, because those capital grants didn't go to pay salaries and wages. It got brought in for capital and then it got spent as a capital addition. So it wasn't really a operating revenue. And those could easily be zero next year if you don't have any capital projects and no capital funding. So as an overall general rule is that one above it, that deficit of 137, keeping in mind that that does have a $80,000 amortization expense in it. That's where your deficit comes in. 137 there. Okay. We actually skipped forward 2 pages. I'll actually point one thing out to you. That's the cash flow statement, because when we're talking about operations and capital, this is the statement of cash flow, and it's broken down into about 4 sections. It's got operating activities, it's got your investing activities, and it's got your financing activities. And here we're looking at, we know our cash went down this year. We know that it was spent on, you had some capital additions, that's why our cash went down. But this breaks it down really very nicely. So you'll see your first section, operating activities. And about halfway down, you'll see there's a line that says net cash provided by or used in operating activities, 31,621. So you actually had a cash surplus from your operating activities. So your revenues that came in, we back out the amortization, back out the effect of the deferred revenues, and just your operations this year had a cash surplus. You had a cash deficit with your investing activities of 92,000, which was your purchases of capital items minus change in restricted cash. And then you had financing activities, you paid down the Shirley McClellan debt. Overall effect is your cash dropped by your unrestricted cash. Sorry, this is just your unrestricted cash, dropped by 64,000. So at the very bottom there, you'll see your cash is made up of $925,000 minus 245,000, which is restricted for grants and your deposits that are being held. So you have unrestricted cash of 679 compared to 743 in the year before. But it's always nice to see in that top section that you had an operating surplus. That means the cash that came in from operations and the cash that was spent on operations actually did produce a surplus for you. And you throw all the capital in there and it messes things up really well. Okay. Beyond that, next page, in the corporate world, we have retained earnings, which is your assets minus your liabilities is your retained earnings, which is your essentially the easy way to look at the value of a company. In the municipality world, we have accumulated surplus. And your accumulated surplus is, again, assets minus liabilities is the net surplus. But it's broken down into unrestricted surplus, restricted surplus, and equity intangible capital assets. So equity intangible capital assets is the remaining value of the building, remaining value of the roads, the playground, all the capital items. You can't use it to pay bills. You're a farmer, you're land rich and cash poor. You have restricted surplus. Those are your reserves. Now, you have $515,000 this year left at the end of the year in reserve accounts. Reserves are controlled 100% by council. So it's money that you've earned over the years and you've moved into a reserve, you've earmarked it for a future purpose. So this is where a lot of that capital budgeting comes in. We turn to surplus. So because of that, we're going to take that surplus, we're going to put it in a reserve and we're going to use that or earmark it for a special project in the future. Now your reserves are all general reserves. They're not specific to a specific, has to be used on this or that or this. It's just we've taken our surplus and put it in a reserve to be used in a future project.
But grants aren't in here.
The grants are not in there, no.
Not,
No.
okay.
No, grants are not in there. So you do have those reserves. So when we were looking earlier, you had $679,000 of cash. Well, technically you could fund all your reserves you have with that cash. You wouldn't have a whole lot left in the bank account, so I wouldn't recommend it. But basically you have funded reserves. You have money in the bank and you have reserves set up so you could use that money to operate your, move money out of reserves to use it
So
to fund it.
is that for, I know for a business
Yeah.
and all of that, but for a summer village,
Mhm.
that then basically says we have 1 year of reserves roughly for
Operating expenses.
operating expenses.
Yeah.
Is that quite normal, or do villages our size or summer villages have in excess of that or less? Like what is, I know,
What's a good reserve?
yeah, like a rule of thumb.
It's hard because your village, you don't have a lot of the infrastructure. Like you don't have the water, sewer,
Yes.
paved roads. So you don't have the potential for a major sewer blowout
Yes,
and a giant bill.
well,
so-
like Calgary.
Yeah, so you wouldn't ever have,
We might have
the
to
need
replace
for
a
the-
roof
yeah.
or something, but we're not gonna have a catastrophic where we're gonna have to
Exactly.
declare bankruptcy as a village.
exactly.
Because some of those smaller villages are close to that.
Oh, easily, yeah, easily they get absorbed by the county because
Yeah.
of that. And that's what, the municipal affairs comes in, it does a viability study and says, now you're part of the county
Yeah.
because you aren't viable by yourself. You don't really have that because you operate a pretty lean structure here. You don't have a lot of exposure. So your reserves would be more geared towards what are we going to use them in the future for? Why are we, and that's what your residents will probably ask is, hey, if we have 515,000 over reserves, why are my taxes so high?
Yeah.
We have to explain to them, well, your taxes are high because we're accumulating reserves for this project in the future or this project in the future. What are our plans for it? Because right now you just have, it's almost excess.
Yeah.
But as long as, I found that as long as ratepayers understand that we're accumulating excess funds with the intent for this in the future, they'll say, oh, okay, great, that's fine, go ahead. You know, fire suppression or building more AL access or redoing the boat launch or something like that.
Drainage.
Yep.
Like,
Whatever the project is.
that could be our issue.
Have
They're
have we been quite successful in the past of being able to use grants for a lot of our capital projects? I know, like in our proposed budget for this year, we're pretty much not budgeting, like, we're budgeting capital, but
Yep.
the capital we're budgeting is pretty much covered, offset by
From-
grants we're receiving.
Pretty well, yeah.
Is that,
It
is
is.
that,
That's the standard that we have kind of always moved forward on, whatever we can do
Okay.
within the grants, because
Yeah.
we need to use
Okay.
the grants.
Yeah.
But treading to understand that depending on the grant,
Mhm.
depends on what the use we can apply it to.
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
what
for-
we balanced in the capital budget was some of the things that we now understand, depending on the grant, we're working towards trying to get that.
so that's an opportunity, because as council, I know we haven't really, with all the changes in the last year, we haven't really gotten to what is our, figured out what our vision is for 5 years, beyond what we inherited from previous council and all
Yes.
that. But once we understand that better, then I guess we can look at how reasonable is it that we'll get that covered, what we want to do through grants, and then maybe we can look at in the next year of whether that 515,000 is larger than we really need to carry.
Yeah, we
Well,
can-
and then that comes into play when you do your strategic planning,
Yeah,
and that has to go forward to the future too.
And your capital plans, like
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
drainage plan, the
That's probably
shoreline plan.
Yeah,
This other one that we're looking at doing the survey to create a plan for what's the recreational needs. All those play a factor in that capital to help us move forward.
so this would
And-
be, could potentially go towards a project, like, let's just use drainage as an example, because that is fairly real.
Mhm.
If we have to do a fairly major drainage plan, then our portion, we might get a grant for 75%.
Yeah.
But we would still have to come up with our portion, and our portion could come out of this.
Out of the reserve.
Out of the
Yes.
reserves.
Yep.
So that's kind of, if we can't get a grant for the whole thing and it still has to carry forward a shoreline plan, whatever, then we still have our reserves, and we might get a matching grant, but we still have that money that we can put towards it.
Yes, and there's also the other thing of, say you got one grant that it's 75%. And you've got MSI, you can match the 25%. So there's always opportunity depending on what we're moving forward and what's available in the grant funding.
Okay, that's why I asked if this is not grant money, this is,
No, that is your money that you've earned.
Yes.
and it's not toward, it could go toward operations, is it restricted in that level?
If you go 100% good. It's, the only thing that's required is where you have 515 sitting in there. Something has to be noted in the minutes saying we're motioning to take $100,000 out of reserves and move to operating this year. If you,
If
for
we
some
did,
reason,
yeah.
has some extra operating expenses, you're like, how are we gonna fund it? Council makes a motion to take money out of reserves to fund the operations.
So it's not tied to either or,
No.
it's got some, it's restricted in a way, but it's restricted in that council has to make a.
100%.
Yes,
The only restriction is all internal.
Yes.
So the majority of council has to vote to move it out of reserves and into unrestricted so that we can spend it.
Right.
Or take it out of reserves and into capital so that we're funding this capital addition with reserves. Like you buy a mower, well, we motion to fund this mower for $10,000 out of reserves.
yes.
Got it.
And
So
then,
things that are after the budget's been passed,
Mm-hmm.
those things, it's reserved.
Yeah.
Like, I think the only thing that got funded this year from reserves was the signage. I think there was a motion to fund the signage from reserves, so we took $2,600
Yeah.
out of reserves and put it into capital items. Yeah.
And so back to my rule of thumb, that's pretty reasonable to have that for a summer village of our size with limited assets and limited exposure,
Yep.
that's probably fairly reasonable.
It's very reasonable, I think.
Okay,
It's very reasonable.
reasonable or a little bit excessive?
It's probably, yeah, it's very reasonable, me to the borderline of, it's not excessive if there's a plan for it. If you're saying, hey, we're planning to do this major project in 5 years and it's $1 million, in that case, it's not excessive. But just having a slush fund of money we can use for whatever we want to of 500,000, maybe that's excessive.
It would be more reasonable if we had, like you said, a lot of infrastructure
Plans.
that was subject to unexpected expenses,
But
like
with-
the sewer.
Yeah.
Yep, if I were on council, what my recommendation and thought would be is, hey, let's, we have this 515 in a general reserve account. I would like to set up a fire reserve and a rec reserve and a shoreline reserve. And I wanna bust that general reserve out into those three things so that there's a little bit of a trail of what it's specifically earmarked for.
Yeah.
Yep, something like that,
And
and say, here's our
that-
plan for this project.
And that we do internally,
Mhm.
because we don't wanna separate them into bank accounts
No.
per se,
Yeah.
because then there's more charges and we
Yeah.
would reduce our revenue that we're.
Oh, and you don't have to have the separate bank accounts at all.
But we
It's matter
we have it flagged or,
Flagged.
roughly earmarked
Exactly.
It
for
is,
certain-
earmarked flag
Exactly.
for that project.
Yeah.
And then
Yes,
that would then typically, it would reduce this line item from, it would still be under restricted surplus,
Yeah.
but it would be restricted surplus general and restricted surplus for
Exactly.
drainage,
Exactly.
for
Let me-
shoreline, for
If you,
recreation.
Yes.
if you skip to
Yes.
page 20 really quick here. I'll just show you here, note number 11. So if you had all those reserves, right now, it's note number 11 says restricted surplus. Here's the reserves, a general,
Yeah,
here's what happened. If you had multiple ones, we would have this note, and it might have, well, I could show you different statements that have 2 pages of reserves
yes,
that total up to a number that shows up here.
right,
But it's
gotcha.
broken up into 50 different reserves because they have a reserve for this project and this project and this park and this fire, and every year is a policy to put $10,000 into each of them, and,
Yeah. Okay,
and they don't have a separate bank account, it's still through the general account, but
Yes.
internally, they just monitor it there. But yeah, that's all you'd have, is you'd have just a schedule of, hey, here's all our reserve accounts, so when right here say, well, why am I paying so much tax if we have this much of a slush fund? Well, you're paying that because that slush fund is set aside as these specific projects that we're gonna do in the next 4 or 5 years, and here's our capital plan to kind of substantiate that too.
and that's something we are working towards in a
Mhm.
policy for you guys to review and then start setting it so we know at the end of every year what we're doing.
And it's also all up to council. And if you wanted to, let's say, have something that you're working towards, but you also have the choice of changing it and not doing
Yeah.
that one,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's very
Yeah.
flexible.
Yes.
Yeah, but it just helps to have it, a line of sight at this point in time of what that is, and that
Yeah.
helps to justify whatever number we end up with, or helps to justify if we say, we're gonna look at trimming that down over the next budget year.
Yeah.
Perhaps,
Okay, so we were back on page 8, schedule 1. So we've kind of covered that. I'll flip you through the rest of these here. Schedule 2 on the next page, page number 9. This is a summary of your tangible capital assets. The top portion, the top quarter of the page, half of the page, shows you the original costs of land, building, all your different items. The second portion shows the amortization, how much has been amortized. And then at the bottom, you have the remaining net book value, which is the cost minus the amortization is the amount that's left. So as we're looking here, if you look on like the second line down, you'll see acquisition of tangible capital assets. Second row from the right, it shows 418,000. That's your total additions for the year. And you can see what types of things were bought. You got land improvements, buildings, engineered structures, machinery and equipment for a total of 418,000. And then how they were amortized and the remaining value. We do have a very long detailed list of what makes up every individual item in here. But it's onerous, so we don't put it all in there. We just give the general categories. Next page, page number 10, schedule 3, I find really interesting. Because number 1, your ratepayers are always gonna ask, hey, I pay this much taxes, where's it all going? If you look at 2024, you'll see that you budgeted your actual taxes, $883,000. Requisitions for schools and seniors were $367,000. So the amount that you kept is $515,000. That represents about 58% of the taxes. So when you say, your ratepayers say, hey, where do all my taxes go? Well, the first 42% went out the door. It went in and then went to schools and seniors. And then we got to keep the 58% that remained. Last year, the year before, it was 57.1%. This year it's 58.4%. So you are keeping a little higher percentage of it, and a little bit more gross too. Schedule 4, government transfers. We on the income statement, we saw government grants are coming in. This shows you which level of government was paying you the transfers. We have provincial government for operating. We have provincial and federal. Your federal transfers were your Canada Day grant, as well as there was a wage subsidy that came in. Yeah. And then your provincial was your MSI operating. And then down in capital, 416,000. Most of that's MSI funding that came in to fund the capital additions. Next page, page number 11, we've already gone over this schedule. Just again, it's how expenses are stated by where they were spent. And finally, schedule 6 on page 12. If you look at the far right column, that's your income statement, bottom line, 279, 128. This breaks it down though between departments of government. So if you want to say, well, how did our general department of government do? So this is administrative and legislative functions, 11 and 12 for you girls in the office. It always has a surplus because it gets all the tax revenue. So that department of government had a surplus of 543,000. But then you look at your roads, transportation services, it's always going to have a deficit because people don't pay for the use of roads. So we've had a deficit of 92,000. Same thing, protective services, $85,000 deficit because people don't pay for bylaws, people don't pay for fire suppression specifically. It's all included in their tax revenue, but there's not a specific levy for the service that they're paying for. So overall, it just kind of breaks it down. Parks and Rec, you'll see had a deficit, but it does kind of give you an idea of which departments are spending the money, where it's being spent on, and other than your general tax revenues, what departments are you earning revenues in. And other than your administrative, the only one you really earn a significant amount in is your planning and development with your permits and stuff for building permits. Okay. Beyond that page, it goes into the policies and the notes. And I typically don't go into these. They're mostly for somebody who's not maybe familiar with municipal accounting or needs to know a little bit more about how we account for things. So pages 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and part of 18 are all actually just the policies, the financial policies of the village. Sufficient for me to say that none of them have changed this year, thank goodness. So we've just kind of left those. We haven't had any major announcements that have had to come into play for 24. So that brings us to page 18. Note 3 talks about your cash. It talks about the restrictions on cash. We've kind of already gone over that. Note number 4 talks about your taxes and grants in place of taxes receivable. This is people who owed you tax money at the end of the year. $4,400 is a really impressive amount, so keep that up. There's nothing worse for an administrator than have to go through tax collection efforts. It's an administrative nightmare.
Yeah.
So if your ratepayers are paying so the only $4,400 is owed at the end of the year, good for you. That's less than 1% of your tax revenue. Long-term investment, the only one you really have is Shirley McClellan. No change this year. Note number 6, deferred revenue. This is money you've received or is receivable. It's owed to you that you haven't spent yet. So you got the essentially the 3 grants there that are owed to you that you haven't spent yet. Note number 7 is your long-term debt. You do have a debt owed to Shirley McClellan. 53,000 is left, and you can see the schedule at the bottom there. You owe $4,400 a month or a year on that debt, scheduled to mature in 2037. Note number 8 is the debt limits for a municipality are governed by municipal affairs, saying based on your regular and recurring revenues, you can only take on a certain amount of debt. So based on their calculation, you could take on $904,000 of debt, and you could have payments of $150,000 a year. So you are well under the limit there, and I don't encourage any municipality to ever push those limits, because if you're ever at that point, you're taxing your residents just to make debt payments on money you've already spent. And it's really, taxes go through the roof really quickly, and that's when viability studies are done, because it just doesn't work. So bottom line, not a concern there, but just be aware that there are restrictions in place for how much debt you're allowed to take on. In your situation with limited infrastructure, I don't see a situation where you would have to take on a substantial debt like that. But again, Who knows what tomorrow brings? Note number 9, just a summary of the remaining value of your capital assets. Note number 10, we've looked at the schedule already of your different types of surplus, reserves, equity, and TCA. Note number 11 talks about your reserves. You only have the one reserve that you track internally, which is your general reserve. Next page, note number 12. Again, this is your equity and capital assets, where we come up with a 1,412,000. Note number 13 talks about financial instruments, risks, insurance, interest risk, credit risk, line of credits. You guys don't use a lot of financing. You do have a credit card in place that does have potential for the use, but it's never carries a balance. So it's noted there, but not a significant risk. Next page, page number 22, note 14. This is required for us to disclose. Oh, and I see Mr. Ashford, I forgot to put counselor by your name. I'll put that by your name before we finalize. And I'll get you the final one.
Yes.
And symbol,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
not.
Zenville.
Zenvil.
Zenville.
Zembel?
Yeah, not a.
he used to play the drums.
Z-E-M.
P-A.
The rest of it's right, just a Z.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So what I'll do is I will leave you these copies, but
You will email.
I'll
me.
PDF and email you one with that little with the
Yes.
correction there.
Yes.
Okay, so we have all the counselors listed their compensation for the year. We also have to disclose what amounts paid to CAOs. So we have Mr. Pickering in there from the prior year, Melissa, of course, and then we have designated officers. A designated officer is somebody who's been given authority by the CAO to perform perform a duty of the CAO. So one of the duties of the CAO is assessor. Most CAOs don't have that capability, so they designate that authority to somebody. So your designated officer, the one that you do have, is your assessor, and this is the amount paid to him for the year.
Just a question.
Yeah.
I'm looking through this. For Lawrence Mayor in 2023, it showed 5,800. Why was it higher in 2023 than 2024?
I have to go back and look at that one.
I know. So this is,
Was it just special meetings?
no, it was additional, how do you wanna call it?
Did he got a raise, that one?
You got promotion in
Yeah,
2024.
Cause they did, when
They did a wage
Bob
increase
and
and change.
yeah, and they changed in the remuneration where the mayor would get. How much is it a year? How much?
Was
is
it a
year?
retro?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Was
I don't
there-
think we did retro, hold on, it's in
That's
the council
That's
remuneration
significant,
now.
yeah.
Okay. It's 2023,
did
but it
have
just
Over
kinda,
2,000.
And then we did have no council, so Lauren was filling in and attending everything.
right, okay.
Yeah, so that's why there's.
Okay, cause this would include both the
Your meetings and your honorary.
meetings and honorarium.
Yes.
Okay, right,
Mhm.
right,
Yes, and so we
Yeah.
did have no council for a while.
right, okay.
It's running the whole show.
Yeah.
One man show here.
I
We
couldn't
just
say a
attended.
thing.
Yeah, attended meetings to keep us up
Just
to
keep
date.
notes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It was yearly like 2,000 and something, but I can't remember exactly the.
There was just that slight, when you have a loss of council, then somebody has to step up to still attend the meetings and.
Okay. And the designated officers, that would have been Ian,
Yeah,
The assessor.
yeah,
Oh, the assessor.
from Wild
Ian
Road.
wasn't charged to us, was he?
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah,
No.
Ian wasn't charged to us.
okay.
That was
okay,
part of the municipal affairs.
okay.
This is the municipal affairs has made it very clear to us that the assessor is the designated officer.
Yeah.
He is one of them, yeah.
Yeah.
He is a designated officer.
And then.
The other one would be if you had a bylaw officer that was on payroll that you know,
Yes,
that would be a designated officer. The only one that we're aware of that you have is your assessor. So we were at one position there.
Yeah.
I had to reissue statements last year to municipal affairs because I didn't put this notice as one position.
yes.
They made me reissue the statements because it didn't have that in brackets, one position.
Yeah.
I said, come on.
Because
So I
of
got my
the-
PDF editor and put it in one position.
Alright, for your policy, the mayor gets $2,500 a year and councilors get $1,750.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Found it.
Plus the honorariums that would
Yes,
be
yes,
these
yeah.
numbers. out.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right, yeah, so note number 15, commitments. You're a member of Shirley McClellan, so if there was ever a deficit there, they might requisition you for a share of it. As well as your membership of County of Stettler agreement with the road access. You have a commitment to have them come and do your roads for you. You have a contingency on the next page as a member of the Alberta Municipal Insurance Exchange. Essentially, it's cross insurance across all municipalities, insuring each other for major catastrophes, and as well contingency regarding the Stettler waste management. If they ever had a major environmental issue, they would requisition all of their participating municipalities for a share of the cost there. Okay. Beyond that, just a couple just general generic notes, both on segmented disclosure, which is those little mini income statements, comparative figures. A couple times we move things from prior years to fit this year's presentation. The budget isn't audited, but it is presented here. We just presented what we're given, but we don't technically audit the budget. And then finally, note number 20 just states that the municipal, the council and management do approve the financial statements. So that's the mile high view of the financials. Is there anything we skipped over that either admin or council wants me to go into any further? Any details, any questions, concerns? I do have some letters that we'll go over as well here in a minute, but I just wanted to make sure we're all okay with this first.
So Justin, if, like the Shirley McClellan Water
Yeah.
Commission, they have 2 phases left. One's a little guy, Ocean Sands was taken out of the reserves and the project was under budget, so there's no debenture there. But the line that's going from Donnell to Roseland involved, so it's about 11 million two or something. And then when it comes up for financing, we get a chance to pay ours out.
Yeah.
And that's what we've done, but you can only do it at certain times.
Usually when, because what, yeah, you can only do it at the time when they take out the debenture, because what'll happen is if it's 11 million, Shirley McClellan will say, okay, everybody, here's your share of 11 million. And if some people, if 3 million, if they get $4 million in to pay off their share, they only take out a 7 million debenture from Alberta Capital Financing.
Right.
Correct.
And if you then go ahead and pay off later on, that's great. But if they're gonna pay out municipal financing, they get penalized.
Right.
So that's why you're restricted on when you can pay it out, but you can always pay it out right up front. Because if you pay it out right up front, then they just won't take out a debenture for your share.
Right,
That's
so
right.
is what my question is, so that is gonna be coming up next year or whatever.
Yep.
And is it if council decided at that time to pay it off, so they could take it out of that reserves that
They
we
could,
have?
yeah. You
I
could
think
pay it.
that's what we did in the past.
And I
You've
can give
taken
any,
it through grants.
Give
You've
it-
actually used MSI grants to pay
the debenture right
the
off.
debenture off.
Okay,
That's
so
how, so
that would help.
this is, I hear what you're saying and it is correct. So you have options. You could take it directly from your reserves that you have built up. Or we also have it in, and it has been approved through your MSI grant. So that funding would come from there. Or if you didn't take it from either of those, there's the option of the special tax annually that you would actually,
Yeah, you can have a special tax bylaw to
yes,
requisition the
where
payment, yeah,
water falls under that.
yeah.
Alright.
So you actually have 3 options.
And
Or give it
our portion would be 1.7, about 1.75% of it's 90-10 funding.
of 11 million
Yeah.
of 90-10, so 11 million costs and they fund, so you gotta fund 10% of the 11?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Oh,
The
so the-
commission has to do the 10%.
and that's the 11 million, the 11 million is the 10%.
11 million is the whole project.
Oh, okay,
The
so
whole
the
thing.
10% is only the 1.1 million.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So your share of that 1.1
1.1
million is probably only 10, 20, 50, you said 1 point,
1.7, I think, percent.
17,000.
So we're about $17,000.
Yeah.
oh yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so.
but taking over the years, you
Mhm.
save a hell of a lot of interest. If
You do, I mean, you're never gonna get better financing than what they're gonna get through Alberta Capital Finance.
That's right.
You'll never get a better finance, but if you have the cash and you can save it, it's hard to say no to. So.
Yeah.
If you have the cash and it's sitting there and you just wanna keep it clean and write a check for 17, always an option. I think, I mean, you get that schedule from, Shirley McClellan, I think roughly half municipalities have paid out and the other half have financed, if I'm just
Yeah,
remembering the schedule in my head.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
But there's always options for this when it comes up. You will need
Yeah.
to have those discussions on
Mhm.
where you're gonna take it from.
Yeah.
And if it's not during the tax season time, then you'll have to figure that out, because it'll have to come from reserves or grants.
Well, and you have the one opportunity to make that decision over, you can't do it, in year 2 or 3.
That's
It's
right,
when that becomes either due or when the next one.
yes.
That's the difference, is that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're still paying in the first phase, but all the rest of them paid out.
Yeah.
Because those borrowing for that always comes within May to June to finalize any borrowing with capital finance. So that's why you go through your budgeting process and you're well aware of what, yes.
So really great to, these all look really good and glad to get the report that your opinion that everything looks good on it. So
Mhm.
kudos to Melissa and Aaron for the bookkeeping through the year that,
And Lori.
yeah,
And
And
Lori.
Lori.
Yeah.
that's great. I guess just the one question I
Yeah.
had was on the whole process of this. So I know that I think we're overdue for filing this with the provincial government. And,
Yeah.
By 2 weeks, yes.
Yeah, by 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
What were, what
You were-
do we do next
You
year?
were very current. I had some mat leaves to cover and I had a hard time staffing it.
Okay,
Yeah,
Yes.
I had the girl on mat leave that I had to do about 3 or 4 extra municipalities this year. And
okay.
I just didn't have the staff
So
to
it's
do it. So
just a bit of a.
it was a hiccup on,
one-time
our end. You guys, it was definitely nothing on you guys.
Okay.
100%. Nope. Lori did a nice clean set of books. It came all electronically. I spent a good day out here looking and ticking and bopping things. Yeah, it was the high level staff that I needed in order to finish off an audit. I just didn't have the availability this year. She promised me she's not gonna have any more kids though, so there you go.
Never say never, but
No, but
But
no,
that
100% that was on us this year for that one.
yes.
So, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I won't hide behind anything on that.
I will take responsibility if it was me too.
Oh, yeah, everyone gets their chance.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it, thank you though.
Okay, well, it's good just to understand the
Yeah.
background on that, so thanks for that.
So now my question for you is, would you be available June 29th for their Ames meeting so that you could educate the public on our financial statement?
What's the Ames meeting?
Annual information meeting of council.
June 29th?
Yeah.
That's a Sunday?
It's a town hall meeting. so we
Yeah.
can-
Yeah, I can, in person?
Yes,
Or,
please.
okay, I think I could, what, do we have a time?
9:30, I think it was.
Want me to send you an invite?
Oh, it's AIMES. That's what we're calling it?
Yeah, Ames, yeah.
Just call it town council meeting or what do we call it?
Well,
Town
that
hall
we
meeting.
call it.
Sorry, town hall meeting.
Thank you.
Town hall.
Cause it
Yeah,
can't
it's
be
a town hall
official.
meeting. It's just, it's an opportunity for residents to ask questions and.
Mhm. So do you want a presentation or you want me to be there for question only? So what I do, I don't know if anybody here has ever attended, you probably did the Roshan one with me at one point. But no?
The council looked after it.
Okay, cause I've most summers, I usually go to their informal meeting.
Yes.
They have it in the shop.
Yeah.
They
that's
set
what
up
we're
chairs in
gonna
their
do
shop
this year.
and
Yeah.
I go there and I give this presentation in about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yes.
I do
And that's exactly-
I do the first 2 pages and go from there. And in the years I haven't been able to make it, I send a written letter and say, hey, read this, because I think they do it on a long week. It's the August long, I think.
Yes,
And I'm like, sometimes, I want to have a life.
yes.
So I just send my written letter, but no, 100%, that will work. It's a Sunday, the 29th. I'll plan a little presentation. It's at 9:30.
High level.
Yeah, and it'll be at our shop this year. We're gonna do the same, so
Okay.
people get to see, these are our assets, this is what we.
And that's just sitting out back here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Are you sure it's 9:30?
You
Alright.
chose it, I didn't.
But I give you.
9:30 on a Sunday? Holy cow.
Can you look at his newsletter?
Yeah, I can do, I'll definitely plan that. Plan for
We'll
that
send
one.
you the invite with all the information.
Okay,
Yes. And then that'll help because that helps explain.
Well, and
It's the
you know,
third party,
some
right?
of those questions, yeah, it's a third party opinion.
no, definitely, I'll plan for that. And what I'll do is in the meantime, I'll get you, so once we finish this, we'll sign a copy. I'll get you a PDF copy of, with those little tiny, with those changes. And you can post it on your website, or you can print off ones
9:30.
for and members to pick up here, whatever you want to do.
9:30 in your
Yeah,
newsletter.
and when you send me
On-
the.
Which I will send out
I will
just to
submit it
get
and
that
get
for.
that in.
Perfect,
Yeah, we'll get it done today.
good.
We would need a motion. from
Well, actually,
council.
we'll go over the letters really quick, and we'll do the
Perfect.
motion there.
Thank you.
29th, Sunday,
I'm
9:30.
sending you calendar invites.
I
Now.
Okay, so the first letter that I have is a representation letter from White Sands to me. So this is representations that as far as you're aware, everything's correct in the financials. So we'll get representation from council that this is so. So what you're confirming to me is you're confirming information regarding your financial records. So as far as you're aware, the financial records are accurate. There's nothing in there that's grossly misleading or not correct. Ownership. So we have assets on here. We have capital assets. We have investments in Shirley McClellan, things like that. We have bank accounts. Those are all municipal owned assets. We don't have county assets or personal assets that are being reflected on municipal statements. Valuation. Things are valued correctly. We don't have an asset that's valued at $1 million. It's worth $5 because it's got an environmental issue. Completeness. We aren't missing anything. There's not another bank account. There's not a society that's operated by council that runs side businesses and funds the municipality that way. So we're not missing anything. Fraud and illegal activity. If there's one area that we get reviewed from our governing body every year or every 3 years, and one thing that they always check on it more than anything is, have we done enough work to identify fraudulent activities? Fraud meaning either intentional or accidental. So with a small municipality, it actually makes it pretty easy. It's like it's council exercising oversight. So that's one thing I always encourage small municipalities essentially is, because you only have really 2 staffers here, a little bit more onus does fall on you to take that management role of that 3rd or 4th set of eyes. So we aren't aware of any fraud or illegal activity, and as you're representing to us, you aren't either. There's a general section which basically states that you're in good standing with municipal affairs, you can continue to operate, you can tax residents and continue as a going concern into the future. And then finally, subsequent to year end, there's been no major events that would have a negative effect on the financial statements. That would be like a major lawsuit or something, or an environmental issue that came forward that you were made aware of after year end. So I have that letter that I'll have signed. I also have our audit findings letter. Now, an audit findings letter is then a letter we issue when we have audit findings to report, and we don't have any. So basically, my audit findings are: we've done the audit, we've performed it. It goes through our details of what we did, how we approach our audit, the risks we assess, and how we do it. And basically, we're stating that the audit is complete once we've made the motion, and no audit issues. Of course, we give comments and feedback throughout the year, and when we're here, we try to help guide, but no audit issues, nothing of concern there. And that should be all. So, yeah, I guess with that, I'll turn the time back over to the chair, Lauren, and if there's any further discussion, if not, we can make a motion to approve and go from there.
Is there any other questions?
No. Very thorough.
Okay, so Justin, the presentation was really good,
Good, thank you.
and you got it all in your bean, right?
No, it's It's written down here on Justin's copy for the council meetings. I've left these in several places, like, can I have your copy? Yeah, here you go. Yeah, well, I make notes and I spend enough time in it that I should have it all in my head.
Yeah, but you know all
Yeah.
the ins and outs, so that's
Thank you.
good. Anyway, thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
And we need a motion.
To approve the 2024 financial statements as presented.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
All in favor?
And then would the chair call a short recess so we can sign documents and take a
Yeah.
break?
All right. I just need 2 members of council to sign there.
Recess at 10:41 and.
Any counselor.
One L or two, I've never figured that out still.
Okay, we'll bring it to order again at
10:49.
Very good. So we're on item number 6, bylaw and policies, 6.1, tax rate. So we have to do the general tax rate, and then we have to also pass a 6.2, so that's the special tax. So that's the road agreement that is about, what, $100 a parcel or something.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
attached in here, right? Yeah, do you want me to walk through the first part of the sheet?
Yeah,
Try
I
to
think
keep it
so.
clear, I hope. So now that we've approved the operating budget on May 2nd, the key elements of the proposed bylaw include the 4% property tax increase over the previous year, minimum tax amount of $8.50 per parcel unchanged from previous year, ensuring the base level of contribution from all property owners regardless of assessed value. The proposed bylaw reflects council's strategy to meet the financial requirements of the 2025 operating budget while maintaining essential services and municipal operations is based on the approved 2025 budget. Once tax rate bylaw is passed, the municipal tax notices will be sent out. I have attached a copy of the approved operating budget from May 2nd. And the key thing to note is in the revenues, we've got the total revenues. That includes everything, requisitions, municipal tax, home, everything. When you go down to the expenses, the total municipal expenses, as like Justin provided in the audited financial statement, only municipal expenses is $631,606. The other portion is the requisition that makes up that other portion.
Which is the school tax and the seniors tax.
Correct. Yes, so that's what we are looking as our expenses. So in the bylaw, you will see that our estimated municipal revenues from all sources other than property taxation, and that includes the road, because that's a separate bylaw. $128,255. Okay.
And other things that we pay into, like the landfill authority and all that, that's included in the regular expenses. Right,
Yes.
it's really just the seniors and the property and the education tax that's
That's right.
separated out, okay.
Yes. So really that 631,606 is our everything. But when I do the estimated municipal revenues from all the other sources, that includes, because we do a separate tax, special tax bylaw for the road use, that is included in that 128. Because that is subtracted from that, because it's a separate bylaw. This is only what you're going on assessed values in the tax rate. Is that clear now?
This part of the operating budget is only applicable to that.
Yes.
Okay, I think that was one of the questions I had when I went through that, so.
Yeah, so in actuality, the balance that you are going out on assessed values in the tax rate is 503,351.
Okay.
On the assessed values.
Okay.
Okay. So we are looking for.
So, okay,
Any other questions?
no, but I may need you to repeat this again, so.
Okay,
Okay, so we got the budget that we approved May 2nd. And then you have broken down you've broken it down for the property tax into the portion that would be the regular tax and the portion that would be the special tax. Separated it out.
correct.
Okay, and then within that, then there's the minimum tax per parcel.
Yes,
And that only affects a certain amount of parcels.
Right, so you take the ones that would be subject to the minimum tax. And then apply that minimum tax, and then you take the remaining balance times the tax rate for the remaining properties. It's kinda- it
It's
gets kinda confusing
complicated, I'm
because-
gonna tell you, it's
Because it might
complicated.
take a few iterations to
Yeah.
get that to balance then.
When you have a minimum tax, what that does is basically it says any of your properties that have under the assessed value with the regular tax rate is under
That amount.
that amount of $850,
Hmm.
will be paying $850.
Okay, but then if you just make that bump up to anything that's under 850 is up to 850, then you may be over collecting a little bit. Because the tax rate is based on the assessed value of everything, so the tax rate might say this property pays 500, now you bump it up to 850,
So
and you
usually,
collect an extra $350.
so usually, it's because a lot of your services are all being, like your fire, it doesn't matter if it's a vacant property, you're still accessing fire, you're still accessing landfill, you're still accessing all that stuff that you're being requisitioned for, right? They're still accessing those other services that you still have to pay.
No, he's not questioning that.
Yeah,
He's not
okay.
questioning the minimum.
I'm just more questioning the
He's
math.
questioning the math, saying, okay, if you have, so do you adjust the top piece, everybody that's above the 850? Because you're collecting a little bit more from some of the low ones that are below 850. So if you just put everybody on a spreadsheet,
Okay, yeah.
then you're gonna say, oh, we got a little bonus here, because these guys, if you would have just applied the rate based on the assessed value, they might have come out at 650. But you've got that $200 bump because of our minimum.
So what it does is it actually alleviates, how do I want to put this?
That 850's in the budget though.
Yes, now assessed values are like, because the higher your assessment, the more you're paying, right?
Yeah.
We all know that. So what it does is the properties that are, say, vacant, you just have an RV or whatever, they're probably much, much lower.
Yeah.
So when you do this, you are actually, because we base it, our systems on calculations, so your percentage probably came down based on this.
It
It
would.
would have been a higher percentage on your higher assessed properties,
Right.
because they would have been making up.
So they might have been, if we hadn't done the adjustment, they might have been 4.2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, or it could have been up to
Or
5.
whatever,
It
yeah.
would be a pretty small wedge, but.
Yes,
I mean,
but so that is, it's
yeah,
adjusted
Just want to
accordingly.
make sure that was
Yeah.
Yes.
done.
That was a good question.
Yes.
About how many properties would be subject to that minimum tax? Is it like a lot or relatively?
Depending
few?
on how many change and get a building on, then that changes that, so it can fluctuate. I would say I'd have to pull from the system.
But 20%, 25%?
I think it's about a quarter to a third.
But even,
Oh, really?
but even some residents,
They'll have
that
two
there's not a
lots.
vacant, but not even a vacant lot.
Or
There's even some that are like, that are lower assessed, that will have
other
the
cabins.
minimal tax and municipal taxes, if you see that on yours, if you have, you're one of those people that see the minimal tax and the municipal tax would be added to together, it comes to 850. So there are some that have buildings, like a dwelling, but they're assessed lower
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yes.
They might just have a little storage shed.
Yeah,
Yeah, or it could be an older cabin
Yeah,
that's
that's
still
another one.
there.
That
and-
has 0 value or very low value.
And that 850 minimum tax, that would be the minimum total tax, including the non-municipal requisitions? Like.
That's just municipal,
That's
That's
just
just
the
municipal.
municipal.
just municipal.
Doesn't take into
Okay.
account.
The other portions, the percentages are all in here, that's out of our control. That's that 40-odd% that we don't have
Yeah.
control over. We only have control over that as
Okay.
just,
So
They
a
would
property that's
technically
assessed-
pay 1,200.
Right,
yeah,
right, so they would pay the 850 minimum and then whatever the calculation is. for
whatever you
non-municipal,
see your house
Right
in
on
that.
their value, there's no.
based on their assessed value, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is based on assessed value, and unfortunately, we don't have control over that. So somebody who's got a higher assessment is going to pay more in the education tax in the seniors requisition than
Yeah.
somebody with a lower.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wish I could give you a full number, but until I'm right in my system, I know when we calculate, it does offset.
Okay.
Yes, and a lot of municipalities use it because it's that equalizes, there's a lot of use that's the same, and being on assessed value doesn't always take into, especially like fire. Fire is a really good one. You can go by assessed value, but then the higher the assessment, they're paying more. And yet the person who has the smaller, older cabin, same service is going to be applied to them and they're paying less.
So are you doing all these calculations just on Excel spreadsheets, or is there a particular software that's guiding you through it?
Software, Sandbox.
Yeah, we have our main one, and then we have Sandbox that we play in, so we update it with the new assessments and everything,
Okay,
so they're mirrored, and then we play with rates and stuff like that.
And then you import it for the final.
Yeah, then I
Yes.
take the mill rates and stuff, those sheets I can print off, and then I plunk it into the main one.
And then I have the calculation sheets that I work through Municipal Affairs provides to us. So we have 3 steps to make sure they're all balancing.
pretty robust system overall for doing this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Minimum tax is a very hard one. I have tried to do it
And the spreadsheets,
manually,
yeah.
and it was really, really hard to get that to function and get a good number. I couldn't do it.
And then with, like, the minimum tax is one thing, and then you go into the special tax, which is, in our case, just the roads right now.
Mhm.
It's just a dollar amount.
But it has also been used in the past for Shirley McClellan, debenture,
Yes.
fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And things like, let's say, fire, if you have an empty lot, people think they don't need fire protection, but yes, they do, because we've had that done in the past, and that's kind of an equal payment thing.
Yeah.
So-
I was talking to Stetler and, the county, and they have a few, like, we have one special tax. They might have 3 or 4 special taxes.
Yes.
We did it one time too,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's just changed over
Yeah.
the years.
No.
We
This is
can
clean.
continue moving forward and reviewing as the agreements and changes happen, we're gonna have to relook.
Yeah, we may need to assess differently,
Yes.
yeah, that part of it,
Yeah.
not assess, but pull it out separately if we needed to.
Yeah.
I know Calgary did their waste and recycling when they pulled that out and showed it for people, and called it a special.
Yeah, and then Pigeon Lake, I think they did that when they had that sewer, is it Pigeon Lake?
Yeah,
Yeah,
When they
sometimes
did
they'll
the
do an
sewer.
infrastructure one,
Yeah, and that one was fairly substantial. So,
it's just taxed differently, not based on assessed, but based on property or lots.
and if you go on
you have
the,
options. Yes.
and you check the different summer villages in Alberta, some of them are $1,200 for the
And,
minimum tax.
Yeah.
yes.
Or some are down to none or 200 or whatever, it
Yeah.
just depends on,
So how long have we had that 850 minimum tax level?
it's gone up, it's been on there for quite a,
We raised
That's
it
a
the
lot of
year
years.
before.
Okay, it
Yeah.
has been adjusted. for-
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I think the rule of thumb was, when we used to do it, was to make sure that it doesn't overtake too much a piece of property. Like if they have a cabin on there that is a development and you charge the 850, and let's say their taxes would have been way below that. It was a hard balance, you know.
Yeah.
But-
And some communities have used it to encourage development.
Cause you're taxed higher on a vacant lot, or higher per property assessed value.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because some communities, they'll be a dying community where people will just hold on to a lot and do nothing with it.
Yeah, and that's quite common in smaller towns.
So.
Okay.
So moving through this, so in the end, it all balances here. You're only collecting $503,351 in municipal taxes in this tax rate bylaw. And I would be looking for all three readings. And then the next bylaw, I might as well walk you through because you're gonna wanna do them.
Just a quick question. I'm
Yeah.
on page 14 of the file.
Okay,
So, like I'm looking right now at the Alberta School Foundation stuff.
Yeah.
Most of it is residential, which makes sense, but there is small amounts for non-residential and designated industrial property. What are those?
that's your, the designated industrial property, which is controlled by the province, which is your TELUS, your ATCO, Apex. So they
Your
get
utilities.
taxed as called, they're what we
Okay.
call a non-res. But they're a designated industrial, and that one is set by the province, but the property, they have this portion that's a bit of property within the municipality, and then that's what they're paying for is for that use.
Okay.
Some companies will charge it back. That's what I hear.
Okay.
So when the 503, that's strictly the municipal, but no requisitions in there.
No, that's just your
So
municipal
the other
tax.
requisitions that we get are fire, no, school, of course, housing authority, but that isn't actually shown on our tax bill. The only two are is, the
Housing and school.
housing and school.
Housing and school, which is the provincial regulated,
Right,
and then you have previous years that you wanted the road use bylaw separate.
right.
But we don't
Because that's a
have,
per parcel, all the rest is included in this 503.
we don't have the waste requisition, we don't
It's
have the
included.
fight, yes, right.
Yes,
And those are the requisitions we still have to pay,
Yeah,
but they're taken off of this 503.
they're included in this 503.
Yeah.
okay.
So we-
Library,
so
all that is in.
ultimately, you have less spending money than that 503.
Correct.
Okay, so that's important too, because if someone asks and you say the only two requisitions are the school
There's lots more.
and but the 600 and some odd dollars or whatever. So school and housing authority,
That's right.
why would they be, why would the housing authority not be the same as the landfill?
Because that is directed by the province. It's a provincial legislation, just like the education.
Just
is
like
a
schools.
Provincial legislation. It's
Even though it's a Stettler Housing Authority, not Alberta, but it's a legislative requirement payer. We're not legislatively required to pay into landfill.
Yeah,
We choose to do
Correct.
that.
if we decided not to pay the landfill requisition, we would suffer the consequences.
Correct.
If we decided not to
Pay
pay
the
the
fire
policing or the fire, or
Yeah, we'd have to get it somewhere else.
we'd have to get it somewhere else, that's right.
Okay.
Or we'd have to build our own.
And it's like the
capacity.
library, you have. Yeah.
It wasn't that way before. Like you break it down into municipal, include some of the requisitions,
But not all.
but not all. So that's where we gotta be careful, because it wasn't like that before, for sure. It was
Before
all
you
in one
had-
big pot,
Yes,
like there wasn't separation of anything. But
I think the school would have
the
always
school's
been.
the
always been
school was the
separate.
only one,
Always.
yeah.
And the
And the-
seniors
But
thing
the
has always been separate.
seniors was in our other part, our municipal.
No, it's always been separate on a tax notice.
I've always seen.
Has it been?
Yes, it has, because it is a provincial legislative requirement. And even though ours is for Stettler, if you live in Edmonton, there's an Edmonton one there, because there's that portion. Calgary has so many in theirs, and that's the portions that they would put on their notices. Red Deer, Lacombe, they all have it.
So you broke it out because we have no say in it, it's the province that mandates it.
Yes,
And
you
the
will-
rest of them, we do have some say, but it would affect things.
Correct.
And
Like,
now I know what I'm thinking about is because we did not always belong to the housing authority.
I cannot
Right
go
sense.
back that far, but I know that in all the municipalities that I have worked over my 25, 30 years, it's always been a separate item.
Yeah, and we weren't guaranteed.
Okay.
I cannot.
Cause there was
go
a big meeting about us joining.
Oh, yeah?
I remember it was some provincial pressure, but not so much as the, ratepayers wanted to get into it too. But that's when the requisition is probably $5,000 or more or less, or. Yeah, okay, sorry for getting away there.
So yeah, you've got it covered correctly, that all the other requisitions, other than the decision was made, the special tax on the road use, because that came in 2022. That's how they wanted to do it, separate per parcel, which we have a right to do that, not based on assessment, based on that section. Everything else is, if you don't want to do garbage and you wanna pull out of the commission, that is a decision of this council through the time frame in the agreement.
Yeah, and I think it's a real important fact that the public knows that that municipal part includes a lot of requisitions as well that are.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I will put,
Non-discretionary is probably better.
Yeah,
I will put those charts in the newsletter to make sure it's got a clear understanding of how it's.
okay, so we need some motions. For the tax rate,
Let's do the tax rate bylaw first.
so we need 3 on that.
Or technically
Or
more, since
technically.
it would be
Oh, yeah,
Natalie
'cause you gotta
agreeing,
agree.
go to
Okay.
Yeah.
third reading,
So first motion on the tax rate,
I'll make that motion.
okay?
seconder,
We need a second.
okay, all in favor? Yep. Second,
Second reading,
Dan, I think,
Sure.
sorry, that's what I thought was
It
going
doesn't
on.
matter, sure.
All in favor?
okay, now we have to all,
unanimously approved to continue to third reading of the bylaw.
I'll
Yes.
make that motion. All in favor?
And third and final reading.
Okay. whatever. I'll do,
Okay.
all in favor? So then
The next one
this
is,
is special tax.
yes, so this will be added on to the tax notice, but it will be a separate line item because it's coming through the special tax bylaw. And it is because of section 382. The council may pass a special tax bylaw to raise revenue for specific services or improvements. The tax may be used for purposes such as waterworks, sewer, roads, boulevards, drainage ditches, fire protection, dust control, and recreational.
So with this specific one, this is year 3 of a 3-year agreement. So it could go up or down or disappear depending on what we negotiate
And decisions by
and a
council.
decision by, well, the discussion with the county. But for this year, this is what it is, because
Yes,
this is third year.
Yeah. and we received the invoice, so we know the exact amount, and it's right here.
And it has gone up a little
Yes, because that's based
by
on the
cost of
agreement.
living, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Is it a cost of living increase each year, or is it a fixed amount that was part of the?
It started as a
Fixed
fixed
amount.
amount, and then it was the cost of living per year
Per
over
year,
the
okay.
3 year.
That's an agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dan did the first reading, now you agree, motion carried.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second reading,
Do that one.
all in favor?
Given unanimous consent to go to third reading,
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor?
Paul,
Yeah, oh, yeah. Last one, to get third and final reading?
All in that one, all in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
and so to be clear, this is the per parcel charge on your tax, on the tax notice. So it'll be 104.79 per parcel.
For all lots,
Yeah,
all
all
owned lots.
What do we got, 408
we have 400
or something?
and
Well, maybe more.
3. There it is, 403 non-exempt parcels.
Beach access
That's with policy.
gate policy.
Yeah, we just want to, did we get it right, or do you want to still have further discussion?
Things still need a little bit more discussion from my perspective.
Works for us. I'm just printing it. so-
Yeah, I went, huh? But I'm not sure why, and then I tried to figure out,
I go back.
It got confusing in the discussions where I think it started one way and I thought I heard it one way, but then I think it went off, and so I think I got lost.
well, the lower gates are relatively straightforward.
Okay, so
They're closed except for skidoo access except for winter access for off-road vehicles.
so lower,
Just to be clear, the upper gates, there's room to get around for snowmobile.
Correct.
Lower gates, there's not.
No.
Well,
Just pedestrian
right,
only.
So
Okay.
we're okay with the definitions?
for the definitions
Yes,
there.
just before we get to it, on the
Yeah.
background proposal, I just noticed this last time too.
Oh.
He said, 8 access points from Front Street to Amy Avenue. Front Street is actually beach access number 2. There's a beach access 1 is, Amy, or Bluebell Place.
Oh.
Yeah, there.
Just to correct that in the
Okay.
preamble, it
Sorry.
doesn't really make a difference
Bluebell
in the
Place.
discussion.
so from Bluebell Place to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, good call, I didn't.
Well, I just kept
I didn't-
thinking
Okay.
because it's number 2 at my house,
Yeah.
and it's not number 1.
Sorry.
From Bluebell Place
So
to-
actually another thing was the one by Paul, it has no access up top, just for foot traffic,
Yeah,
so that should,
I don't think.
You
we
know
need to-
what,
I don't think we need to
we-
deal with it separately.
Yeah, these are just dealing with how we handle beach access.
It might just be in the policy, lower gates when present,
Yes.
because there is no lower gate
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
by my place.
Yeah.
So we could, but yeah,
so are we in agreement that the lower gates are only open in the winter?
yeah, when there's
Well,
snowfall.
Because we don't want anybody driving out there with quads and playing on the beach,
Yeah,
right?
right,
Or side by sides or golf carts or whatever. They
Right, but
can't-
then-
We don't want them on the beach in the summer.
no.
Okay,
agree.
But I think it's worth backing up a little bit and, being clear on what it is that we are allowing and what it is that we are not allowing. And then
Can we
the
walk
policy.
through each section?
Yes.
Say this is right, and then the authorized access, that's authorized use, did we get it right?
I hear what Paul's saying, and I agree
Yeah.
that you guys need to have this discussion to make sure that we've got it right.
Yeah,
And whether there's a lower gate or not, how do we handle lower gates? And do we want quads on the beach?
right. So I think like when we go to page, preamble part, under the discussion, you said the development of a beach gate access policy, clear guidelines regarding seasonal opening, closing, permitted and prohibited uses of the access points and the responsibility of everybody. I think that's
Yeah.
great as a guiding thing.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes we lose that a little bit as we're going through that, so. But yeah, so we just wanna go from the,
Yeah, so if you say
okay,
definitions, are you good to have the definitions up? I added 3.
for lower gates, I would add, like we said, where present.
Perfect.
Because since the
Okay.
lower gates are not present at all the beach accesses.
And you want that in the definition part. Okay,
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
so lower gates means gate access closest to the MRER beach area where present.
Yes.
Correct.
Because we could always add, we don't know yet,
Yeah.
right? You may all of a sudden have something that
There's like
says,
one other
okay,
gate at the
add
top.
a gate at this access, who knows?
So, in the purpose section,
Okay.
so I think we're kind of losing sight of a little bit of things in the benefits, like, the purpose of this policy is to control and monitor access. I don't see how this policy monitors access at all.
The control, just take out and just go control
Well,
access.
I think maybe a
No.
little bit of retooling of this to kind of pull from what was in the above section of what we're trying to do on it. How, you know, it talks about we're ensuring the safety and security of all users through this. Not really directly,
Wouldn't a statement be more of the purpose?
One after.
Because isn't that the reason why we're creating this policy?
Is committed to safeguarding essential environment, municipal infrastructure and public safety by ensuring that access to each area via designated gate access points is responsibly managed and controlled.
yeah, probably,
So
yeah.
if we get rid of purpose maybe and just leave.
Move statement to purpose.
Yeah, and maybe just look at the parts in the section above and the preamble to why we're doing this and just kind of make sure we're covering those points in it. So it might be a little bit of editing sort of thing, but
Yeah.
and then I think also in the purpose statement or maybe a second statement below, I think be really, moving my notes here. Be clear somewhere in this policy is that regardless of the village's roles in opening and locking gates, the people accessing the beach have the ultimate responsibility and accountability to be aware of and follow the regulations. Like we're kind of
Do you
saying,
have that in writing? You can use
Email
that
it
into a
back.
T.
Yeah.
You should email that part.
all right,
Anything else, yeah.
I'll copy
That
that.
should actually be the statement.
Yes.
If the statement should move to purpose,
Yeah.
that should be in the statement, and the scope applies to residents, council, employees, contractors, and visitors.
Okay, I copy this text and I'll email it to you guys.
That actually, what you said was to a T, covered it. Does anybody agree or disagree?
I can read it again if you guys want.
Yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm just gonna copy it into the email. So what I had written down, whoa. Holy,
Have fun with things.
I got,
It zoomed out there for you.
let me see if I can, hit the giant letter, let me try this again. Give me 1 second, sorry, people. That's better. Okay, be clear somewhere in this policy that regardless of the village's role in opening and locking gates, the person or the people accessing the public accessing the beach have the ultimate responsibility and accountability to be aware of and follow environmental and other regulations.
Yes. And
Because I don't want to say that we're taking on responsibility. If the gate's
Right.
open, it's a free for all.
Yeah.
And the rules are there, as far as the right of way, you can
that's-
cross it, but you can't
Well, it's
travel on, you know?
It's pretty confusing regulations.
It is.
At least for me with, you know, I think if you're not intimately aware, it's pretty confusing, but that's just where I want to make sure that, you know, we're,
Still putting the onus on the individuals that we are doing what we can, but
yeah,
it is also on you.
to know the rules and to follow them.
Exactly.
This policy does not tell what all the environmental rules are. We're not trying to get into that.
Yes,
Okay,
because I am learning, that even though they're there, not everybody has read them or understand them, and it's interpretation.
yes, okay.
So that's,
Under the next one, management responsible. Sorry, Rob.
Your scope was good. This policy applies to employees, council members, residents, contractors, and visitors.
yeah, that's
Sure.
pretty general.
The next one is the management responsibilities and then you jump into council. Should it be council's responsibilities or some, I don't know.
Or to get rid of.
Is council the management or are you guys the management?
We're the management, council's approving the implementation.
So
Council is
that,
approving for implementation, monitoring and evaluating this policy on a
so
seasonal
what's the
basis.
title then it should be?
Should actually just be responsibilities. Get rid of management.
Okay.
And what did you say, council approves?
No, it already says, it's
Oh,
already
that-
in
we're
there.
okay, we're
All we
okay with
gotta
that
do is
part?
get rid of the word
That's
management.
okay, I'm just
Yeah.
double checking.
Okay.
Great. This is now.
And
getting-
standards.
So for under authorized use, part 2 of it, the following are authorized to travel between the upper and lower gates. And then it goes into all those, which is fine.
Yeah.
Who's not authorized. So do we need to address authorized use beyond the lower gates?
There is
Because-
none.
Well, foot traffic. We're saying
Oh.
foot, but I think that needs to be clear, because beyond the lower gates, it's not just foot traffic, because you're saying in wintertime snowmobiles.
And then people turn their dogs and stuff and sometimes quads
Yeah.
find that out.
Well, that's, I know, the gray area that we talked about. Is that, do we want to leave that a gray area, or do we want to specifically say? So I think we can say there can be another section which is
Yeah, like a two-
authorized use beyond the lower gates. And that would be foot traffic year round. If we're saying snowmobile traffic during frozen winter snow cover conditions or whatever. And then it's a whole can of worms what we say about quad use for putting docks in, because strictly speaking.
I just leave it alone.
Don't put a 2.3, you're saying?
I don't
or-
know, that's a pretty,
Because
You're-
legally, they're not. And we've sort of said,
Allow the quads and stuff
Allowed
like that
it.
to help them put
But-
it in.
I don't know,
Yes,
like that was the
But do you go back
conundrum
to
we got.
responsibility, do you go back to that comment you made, that we're gonna make it as our, make it as a statement, that is the responsibility of people to know the rules?
Yeah,
No,
which technically
no.
says no, but
Yeah. Yeah.
because really, legally,
you are not
a
supposed
quad
to.
should not be crossing the municipal reserve or environmental. I don't know what's allowed or not. Like,
well, the
You
right
pull
of
up on
way,
public lands bylaws.
So
you're not supposed to be on the right of way.
are
on
we
the, on municipal right of way, or are we
No,
talking
on
environmental
the
reserve?
Government.
on the environmental reserve?
So strictly speaking, a quad pulling a piece of equipment across the ER is strictly speaking not allowed,
It's actually damaging
right?
the area, and even though we say in winter, you can go out with your shack, but if they're bringing it back and it's soft, they're damaging
Mhm.
the right of way again.
So really, the only equipment that should be allowed to cross the ER, I mean, whether that's strictly legal or not, would be equipment on frozen snow-covered condition where they're not touching it. What about Alan going down with his equipment to?
Pick up piles of,
That's allowed, it's in our
That's,
contract, in
that's
our
where the
lease
authorized
agreement.
access,
And we had that authorized last.
Somerville employees are authorized to access beach gates and stuff is because we're picking up the weeds that people.
Last year was
Right.
great, and the sand and the bed and short kind of, which.
Yeah, and then they
Okay.
had to go down and pick up
Okay.
stuff on the bed, yeah.
So that is an authorized use for the
Yeah,
maintenance
it's in our
activities.
lease agreement with
Okay.
the provincial government.
Okay, so that would be an authorized use beyond the lower gates.
Right, but we're still obligated that we cannot fully disturb. Or we can't take any motorized vehicle up to an axle, because that is dead against.
an axle?
No, I'm not supposed to touch the water.
Okay, not touch the water, I knew it was something,
The
but.
axle is not supposed to touch the water.
No, the wheels aren't supposed to go
Touch
in
the
the
water.
water.
Okay.
Well,
The tractor wheels aren't supposed to go in the
Okay.
water.
Right.
At a boat launch, your wheels go in the
Yeah,
water.
that's different though, because the right of way is cut there.
Okay.
But in actuality, you are not supposed to, anything that goes up to a level towards an axle must have totally different, oils and be environmentally friendly. Is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
That's why we can't do any construction work in the water unless the equipment being used is.
Yeah.
You have,
That's
you would have to have special approval. What has been told to us time and time again is no wheels from the tractor are to be in the water,
Okay.
period.
All right, so getting back to the public though, like part of what we're talking about here is if the public comes in to the office here and says, I want to be able to get my quad down on the beach this weekend to go and
Put my lips
put
on.
my lips in.
Yeah, this is the one.
We're gonna leave it blank on whether that's an authorized use, but then this policy will allow us to, with notice, unlock the lower gate for them so they can do it.
Yeah, here's the thing, that's it, because we've got this as a bylaw. As well, the public land, this is your public lands bylaw.
What part in particular, so we're not reading the whole thing, are we putting?
So this
attention to?
tells you on public property, no person shall make unauthorized use of public land. No person shall use the public land for the parking or temporary storage of any vehicles. This is all, because this is all your MR. Other than once you get past the MR, you're onto the ER and shore, right?
Yeah,
But this is, and this is what this covers, is all that municipal reserve, environmental reserve.
okay.
You can't develop,
Doesn't say you can't cross it.
that's right. But you can't construct things, you can't
Yeah.
remove trees or shrubs.
Yeah.
But according to that, I could rip around on my OHV on it. Where does it say I can't?
No person shall use the public land for the parking or temporary storage of.
That's storage.
I just can't stop.
Storage.
Yeah, you gotta keep moving.
Yeah, or else, yeah, more. Cutting, filling, dumping.
Operating any
Any
vehicle
vehicle
to
to
access
access
upon or
or
across.
Ah, okay, there we go.
You can't place any signage.
Okay.
It's really, it's a hard thing to really, like, you can make all the rules you want,
Nobody's following.
but if you, let's say, have someone that
enforce it.
has taken
Well, yeah,
a lift down there and built it, like most of the ones now are aluminum and can't be hauled through the gates if they got a canopy or something.
Yeah,
Then if they wanna get it out of there, they're gonna have to take equipment down there to pull it.
well,
If
I
it's
know.
sold, right? And
I know, when regularly we're doing that, but I don't know, that's just where we're making a policy for where we'll
Allow it, not allow it.
allow
and then we-
access to it, but we're gonna close our eyes to that, it's strictly speaking, it's not permitted.
And another example would be every year there's folks down on, they go through CJ or access number 7, and they have a little trailer behind a quad and pulls all their deck pieces down there, like they have a Showmaster with them.
Yeah.
Pieces of square
Yeah,
cedar pieces,
yeah,
and they take them home.
Well, I saw that any type of trailer is not authorized. So
Yeah,
if I have
trailers.
I don't know, my surfer board or whatever I'm taking down there, my little kayak, and I have a little trailer on the back of my side by side, is that not allowed?
yeah.
Well, you can't do that fine tuning to,
But
Well, why is it not allowed then?
Like my concern is that, you know, we're
I don't
encouraging,
wanna
we're
make
saying,
people
we're
break
saying
the
to
law.
people that you can't store your stuff on the MR or DR.
But we do it anyway.
We do it anyways, and we say that, you know, the best thing is to bring it to your own property, but then we're saying you can't drive down there to
Pick it
haul it up and
Well,
do
people
it.
couldn't put it on their own property anyway if they had a small lot.
Yeah,
Well, but, okay, I hear what you're saying. I guess it's.
like,
This
In
could
the-
be
in
talked
the
about all
municipal-
day, but
Yeah,
do we wanna make it, like, for the
How complicated?
authorized use beyond the lower gate, should we just say foot traffic and authorized use? And then, yeah, just leave it unsaid though, is that the best thing to do? And then say in the policy that if people want to have us unlock the lower gates, give us 3 business days notice,
I can simplify it.
and, we don't wanna know what you're doing beyond that lower gate, why you wanna have access.
But if someone comes and says, well, so they'll have their quad down there, what do you do? You're saying we don't wanna know, but then you find out.
Well, that's, like,
Can they get penalized for it?
yet in the past, yet now and in the past, I mean, we're basically saying, we'll unlock the lower gates for you, but you need to give us 3 business days notice. But then we're saying,
Anything beyond gate 2 should be foot traffic unless otherwise authorized.
but are we
Yeah,
authorizing
or-
it by unlocking the gate to them?
We are.
Yeah, we would be if they go past that bottom gate.
So
But then
then,
you got others that don't even have that, so if they make it down, I guess it doesn't
well,
matter.
yeah, I mean, you have to make it down through their own private property, but do we have to say, just, no, those lower gates are not open? And sorry, and yeah, you've got that equipment that you're trying to get down or up or move around.
You're gonna have to go down to the boat launch and make your way that way, I don't know.
Or make arrangements with the
Which is-
property owner.
that won't work. There'd be more environmental damage trying to drag
I know.
that shit around,
Yep.
so.
It is already, there's a quad trail along there that's going right through nesting and everything. Well, what do you do?
And the reason is just, the biggest reason is to protect the lake, because if the berm is buggered with and the lake comes up, then we got flooding all over the place. It took us years to get that education through people. And when we first came to the lake in the 80s or whatever, there was no gates, no corrals, no nothing. But there wasn't the population and there wasn't there was trikes, but there wasn't quads per se, and all the rest of that wasn't along. But the damage started after more people came, and honestly, there was kids going down to the point in between beach access 8 and 7, where the birds were nesting, running over all the nests and chasing the birds around. And then there was other people down there trying to take their 4x4s down there, but they sunk in the sand, so then you had to get a whole bunch of people with trucks and pull them out of there, and the whole beach was buggered up. So that's why we built the corrals, and I think they're very effective.
Mhm.
And if they weren't there, you'd have every Tom, Dick, and Harry down there.
Right.
Because there was twice this year I've caught quads going by. I don't know how they got there.
And that's the thing, like, they could come
Probably
up,
down
private
at-
property out of.
Probably at the boat launch now because it's so low that they can go on the shore without going through the gate. I don't know.
Probably, yeah. Well,
But I don't, we can't, there's no way we can patrol it. If the girls get a phone call from a complaint, then I guess,
Call RCMP or call
make a
Alberta Environment.
yeah.
Does that answer how we would respond at this point, unless you want us to make sure we get our bylaw enforcement out here and start enforcing? Tread and careful.
I think so, I think,
It's a tough one and it always has been.
yeah, I think, you know, I don't wanna say we're authorizing use if we open up a gate for somebody, but, you know, this policy will, you know, will allow a process for opening up the lower gate. But again, put a reminder that anybody going beyond that lower gate still must be aware of, have the responsibility to be aware of and follow the rules. And then we can go through the rest of it saying, yes, with the business notice that, you know, we
See,
will go and
some-
unlock those gates.
Putting in the docks is not the biggest thing. It is for the trailer with the platforms on it, but getting it out, some guys winch it out of the water, right?
Yeah.
But not very many of them. A lot of people just get manpower and get it done.
Well, I know in our
Anymore.
place, you know, we got manpower and we got a quad, so we got a quad on the front, we got 3 or 4 people
Combination.
around it.
Yeah, and you
And we
got,
must
you
lift
gotta
one
go
to
up
each.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's,
but you know, like it would be very difficult to do with just manpower
Yeah.
alone,
yeah,
but, you know,
in some places,
It's
but you
not-
can't differentiate over the whole shoreline.
yeah.
So, I don't know. I think where it's at is good enough and.
Well, but we're
I
putting
think
our
this
policy, so-
authorized use is where we've got our little thing of pull her down and just author. Oh,
There was a big discussion about this last time,
We
so.
were, and we didn't come up with it, I still, it's,
Cause when I was going back to write and going through the motions and stuff, like the motions that were made, but not in my notes. I was like, cause at times it'd be, you're over here, and then there's something over here, and then go back and forth, and you're like, so at the end.
It's messy.
Yeah,
I think 2.2 is clear. They're not
But the
authorized
training
between
part-
lower and upper gates, so I think
Yes.
2.2 is
is clear,
clear. It's 2.1.
2.1,
No.
between the lower and upper gates, I think
That is clear.
That is clear.
Okay,
I'm talking maybe,
2.1.
2.3,
you think of like a 2.3 and another
2.3
1.8.
beyond the lower gates.
So cause that's what I
Yeah.
have, 2.3 authorized use beyond lower gates,
On-
and then you said foot traffic, and then the other thing you guys kind of said was request for access.
Well,
let's,
authorized use beyond the lower gates is foot traffic and, you know, summer village staff maintenance
Yeah.
is authorized.
Which is already authorized access, is already up there and one.
But that's between
Why-
the upper and lower gates.
why don't you just make it very clear, beyond the lower gates, all other use should be foot traffic.
But then why would we need to have a policy to open up the gates?
gates should be closed forever.
Yes, that's the question.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to do here. I guess the other thing that we mentioned there would be, you know, winter recreational vehicles under frozen and snow covered conditions.
Which it kind of did in
We
the
did it
act
under
open and
3.
closure for 3.2.
Deep gate access 1/8 open enclosures, upper gates will be locked year round and only opened upon approved written request. Lower gates will be accessible during the ice-free season. Typically from late spring to late fall, dates will vary depending.
So we got that wrong.
Yeah, that's
wrong.
exactly the
That's
opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Will
Okay.
not be accessible during the ice freeze,
My pen's not working.
right?
Okay.
Isn't that saying?
yeah, lower gates will
Yeah.
not be accessible during the ice-free season, typically from late spring to late fall.
Okay.
Cause once that ice is done,
They're
those
not
lower
accessible.
gates
Cause
are not
at the
accessible.
last meeting, you guys were weather depending, didn't want set dates for weather.
Yeah, no,
dependent.
I think it reads good after
Other
that.
than I switch upper and lower. so
I think we
yeah,
want to say
yeah,
ice
so
and
that's
snow
switching
free
that.
season.
Sorry, say it
Do you
again?
want to say ice and snow free
During
season?
the ice,
No,
No? Ice free is
they're
fine.
not gonna get there if there's no snow, and they're not gonna use the lake if there's no ice, so
Because the top ones won't be open.
they can go around the top.
Well,
It's the snowmobile.
No, but well, some can, but generally, I don't wanna
It's,
throw
it's
another.
probably, it's probably,
Okay, I think that one's good, but
Okay, and then 3.3.
access will be closed before freezing conditions occur.
yeah, this is backwards.
That's backwards too.
yeah,
Oh, wait. Okay, so. Open, that's what you're reading.
No,
No, access will be open before freezing?
No, I think you've already said it, the one before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you
take
take it
3.3
out.
Oh, I can take 3 out?
Remove 3.3.
I'm okay with that. Okay.
All open and closing notices will be communicated through the Summer Village's official website and
Right.
Facebook, that's clear.
Right. So you, okay,
Okay, so
so in section 4, requests for access. So this will kind of be like notwithstanding the above, like the preamble in section 4, notwithstanding the above. This is a process that could be applied if people have some reason to access it.
So we
Kind of what
don't
it would
want
be.
to acknowledge piers, docks and boat lifts? Cause you
We
said it
talked
above,
about the line with the access of the policy, PNR, 4.2 piers, docks and boat lifts at the end of 3.2.
Oh, okay.
so we either need to pull it into that section or out.
I guess what we could say, like what I'm suggesting is in a paragraph right under section 4, request for access. So it could be something like notwithstanding the above, if residents require, or if residents are requesting access to the beach, for example, for docks and boat lift installation or removal,
Then the
Then-
notice is required.
then this notice is required, or then the bottom applies.
Then the
And then
the
I would
following
put that
applies.
same disclaimer again, that
Yes,
says that everybody that's taking equipment down there is responsible to understand and follow regulations.
Yeah.
And strictly speaking, it's impossible to follow the regulations, but we won't open that can of worms. Does that make sense?
how about we just, yeah, the
But we-
regulations, public lands, municipal reserve regulations. It's just, we don't want
Yeah.
least amount of disturbance, how about that's the word?
Well,
Minimize
Yeah.
disturbance.
yeah.
Minimum disturbance?
Where the users are responsible to follow regulations and to take all steps to minimize disturbance.
Yes, I think that says it.
Do you want to write that out?
And that's
read it?
under-
I was
request.
saying, users are responsible, sorry. Like the same part you did that, we're talking
So
about.
all
actually
requests to
conversation
open beach gates for
Or dock.
piers, docks and boat lift.
For use such as piers, docks, and boat
For
lifts.
uses such as, placing or removing piers, docks and boat lifts.
I would say just docks and boat lifts.
Docks, okay, no
'Cause
piers,
piers is a
we're
whole
not allowed
different
piers, okay.
Yeah.
So all requests to open beach gates for installing or removing docks and boat lifts must be submitted in writing, and then it's a request.
Yes.
And then the one about, you know,
Users are responsible.
yeah,
to-
users or owners or whatever, users are responsible for,
The one that are.
taking steps to minimize the impact.
Taking steps to minimize and to be aware of the regulations required.
Yeah, to be aware of the regulations and to minimize impact,
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah, no, that makes,
Then
that's clear.
you're saying requests outside of hours,
Yeah.
must be approved, and anything out after hours is a call out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I can get into that. Okay.
And that's only because if it's that Saturday morning and they are adamant,
Then we can do it, but
then we can do
we'll
it,
charge.
but there is a charge.
Yeah, and then we'll talk about that separately in the fees and bylaws of what that charge would be, whether.
Yeah, so I kinda,
Yes.
I noted it there, public works hourly rate, which is in your public fees and service bylaw as it is.
But I think we're gonna bring that back when we bring this back with all the changes.
Yeah, okay.
Because then you can review and make sure, because we should make
covered
sure
our
we're
costs.
covering our
Yeah.
costs and.
And I guess something for you to consider on how you wanna do it, you can either say, you know, whatever the actual overtime charges are, or what you'll charge, or if you'll just make it a flat fee of it's gonna be $100 or $200 or whatever if you do it.
Yeah.
I guess to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
One suggestion, rather than 72 hours notice, would it be better just to say 3 business days? And then it's kind of clear. Like
Yeah,
72
yes,
hours
that's
notice could be
good.
Friday afternoon for on a long weekend to access it on Monday or something like
I would put the 3 business days and the 72 hours in the bracket, because then, depending on who wants to interpret, it's there.
that. Okay. And, you know, the section 4.2 requests outside of regular municipal hours. That could be misinterpreted a little bit. That could be somebody phones or sends an email
Yeah,
at, you know, 7 AM or at 5 PM or something. I think it might be better just to say requests that don't give the above notice and or necessitate after hours.
Okay,
staff
so if
attention
I
of
want
Friday.
access on a Saturday,
You need it.
but I gave you 3 days, then you're still sending somebody out on a Saturday?
That's what I mean, yeah. Like, well, what we,
but if you gave me 3 days notice and we didn't get it done on Friday,
No, I just wanted access for Sunday.
yeah, sorry, your request,
right? We
request
usually
outside,
set things up on the weekend, so we'll
So
figure
you're gonna
out.
leave it open all weekend then?
yes,
That's what we've done.
that's the idea so,
Somebody says, can you unlock beach access 6 and, cause we're putting in our docks. That's for the whole weekend.
essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
But
so-
if you say, if you forget to ask, and now you come after the fact, then
This
you're
is
gonna get
when-
charged.
Yes.
Or it's not gonna happen.
So is this, I guess what 4.2, are you referring to requests that are made outside of hours, or are you talking about requests to be accessing those gates outside?
Requests that are not made within the 72 hours and outside of operating hours.
So it can be
Okay.
request made without, you can do it without.
Well, can you just say requests
Notice?
that don't give the above required notice?
Yes.
Okay, because that's more clear.
Yeah.
Because to me, that was a little bit confusing, like, I'm requesting access on Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry, Saturday's outside of our hours, even if you give it 3 business days.
Yeah.
It's getting
Yeah.
confusing.
Yes, I agree.
So when someone wants it open on a Saturday, are you gonna send Ellen out here to?
No.
open it?
He opens
No,
it Friday.
what we do is Friday at the end of the day, what we have done is we make sure that the guys go, they do a dummy lock, whatever you wanna call it. I don't like using any of these words, but anyway. And then we advise them when we've got it completed, please make sure that when you are done, lock it up. Is what we have.
So what
done.
happens if
Well,
I
they
made
can't-
the request and you've made the request and I lock it on Saturday, but Buddy has an opportunity and he's made the request for Sunday and now it's locked.
I would suggest that just a dummy lock is used for the whole weekend for that purpose, and then,
Yeah.
and then maintenance goes back on
So
after
that'd
the
be part of the
weekend.
request process, we'll have it dummy locked, please leave it as you found it, I guess.
Yeah, it would depend, like if we've received 3 calls for the same gate, we're gonna make sure that it's left. Right?
But you're
Here's
right,
the clear.
I don't want the first person to be
To lock it.
responsible and lock it, so I think,
Yeah, no,
Well, they can't lock it anyway,
okay, well, there you go, so it's,
because if,
you need to know the combination to lock it.
well, if the combination lock, if you unlock the gate and just dummy lock it, like put the
yeah,
Yeah.
lock around, you gotta change the combination, otherwise
Yeah.
they don't know the combination.
So,
So can't you still lock, I've done it before on my own combination lock, when I used to lock the gate, you can change, you can flip the,
you can flip the
thingies and
things
you
and
still
just
lock
leave it
it.
open, and then when somebody does close it, it just closes it.
But you
You
still-
lose
you-
locks
yeah,
and shit.
it still locks though.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a valid point, because we've, in the past, like a little history here, to take the goddamn lock and throw it in the bush or whatever, and it's
Yep.
gone.
Yeah.
And then that's 40
We've
bucks
even
or
had
whatever, you know?
somebody go down there without any notice, didn't say a word, and we found out they've had it. It is what it is,
Well,
we can only
well,
do so
that will
much.
happen, but, you know.
Yeah,
But I'm with you that if we
False
get
is
like
not-
3 or 4 notices for that weekend, we're just gonna rig it, it's all there, we'll notify them, we've got it all
Yeah.
set for you. and we will deal with it when we come back on Monday.
Yeah,
Just make sure that you make it look like it's closed and
Yeah.
wrap the chain
So
around.
you're
it.
still gonna leave the top gate open?
That's, I thought you guys wanted top gates closed.
I guess if
Well, they
if there's particular reasons or situations where they need the top gate open, it can be the same policy.
Because they gotta maybe haul a new
Yeah, something,
set of lift down there to build it down there or whatever, they need those gates open. Cause then you're gonna get a truck down there on the beach.
I guess it'd be, I guess.
That fix everything.
I guess this could be read, request to open upper or lower gates. must be
Yeah.
submitted.
Well, it just says
It's
beach gates.
So it gives you both.
Doesn't
Okay.
say either.
Right, so somebody can request
One or
whatever,
both.
whatever they need.
Yeah. Like
Again,
last-
they're responsible for it, and in the instructions you give them, you say it'll be unlocked, but it'll have a chain around it. Please close and put the chain around it again once you pass through.
I think what's happening is as we've been implementing little steps here and there, this is just formalizing it now, so it's just easier, because I don't want everybody to think we're just making up rules. We're not making up rules, we're trying to formalize.
Right, come up with
But we
a plan.
I've had one where they've asked, can they have the gate open? And I think it only had one gate on that access. And it was because they wanted to get an elderly person down because there was some kind of celebration, right? And we made all that happen, you know, and I don't want to hinder, I wanna make it as easy as possible. But at the same token, just be aware, there's a cost involved when you're calling on a Saturday morning.
And that's addressed by the last one.
Yeah, but yeah, it's totally reasonable to open it under those circumstances, but yes, give notice.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it is a cost.
and I think this is also giving that accountability of, okay, we're opening this gate, we're opening this gate as you requested. The onus is on you to not do a huge amount of disturbance down there. And I think that is really good to be clear, because now that truck person, now the onus is on them, and we have a record because we've had notice. So if somebody sees something and reports something, it'll kind of come
Right.
back.
And it always is a risk when it's left unlocked through the whole weekend, that somebody might discover it's unlocked and open it up and,
And I can go
Go
quad
down there,
from
but-
the beach.
you know, we can only do so much.
Yeah,
Well-
Like we said, somebody could access through the boat launch and rip down there anyways, I mean, like we
Yeah,
could
right now, but all I'm thinking is.
work through their own property.
This is gonna police itself, because if someone abuses it and doesn't dummy lock the gates when they're done, and then you get traffic down there and whatever else,
Yeah,
then you change your policy.
yeah.
Then it's a bad,
You make
like
it
one
more
bad apple
restrictive.
change, yeah, you're
Yeah.
one bad apple ruined it for everyone else.
Okay,
so, I know we've made a whole bunch of changes
Yes.
here, can I make the suggestion that, once you've edited all this, maybe we don't have to wait for it to come out in the minutes to the next one, if you just email it around?
Resend it
Yeah.
until we have.
Yeah.
And then I can
Because
just send it on a Word document and I
I
can go
didn't
make
get
some
done
edits
till
and
like the
fire it back. and-
agenda, so.
yeah, because we'll need this sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
I agree with you
Yeah.
guys,
And
yes.
there might be another round of edits after this, and we
Yeah.
can maybe shortcut
Yes.
that a little bit if
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
just send back suggestions as a group outside the meeting.
So for I think we need to say 3 recommended action. Council to amend, bring it back. I don't think we want to wait for a next council meeting.
Okay.
So we might want to say, and, email it around for final, because it's a policy,
Yeah.
for final approval.
We can always,
Okay.
okay,
Something like that,
Fine.
because otherwise we're waiting until June 11th.
So
That's a
how
good point.
about motion to approve with all the amendments as discussed and with final review of amendments before implementation?
Sure.
sure, which can be done in the interim before the next council meeting.
Yeah.
Right, so
That
you're
sounds good.
approving it with all the amendments as discussed, but you just wanna see the
You wanna
final
see it
review
before.
before we implement.
Right,
They approve all amendments as discussed, and
and then that covers us if we
Make any changes.
make any
because we
changes and
didn't
email
like
it
it.
around to us and, okay.
Yes,
Good.
and it's very clear in there that we have to make all the amendment changes, you're approving it with all the discussed amendments. And then you'll have last final review
Yeah.
before we implement.
Okay, great.
and final review. How do you want word that and the final review part? Does it motion to approve with all the amendments, all amendments as discussed?
With all discussed amendments
Discussed amendments.
And circulated.
and circulate to council for final review of changes prior to implementation.
So sooner rather than later, because
Yes.
May long is this weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah, and what are you
I'm
gonna do?
getting the speed bumps out there.
Well, we've kind of been doing the last couple of years and it's by request and we started that kind of last year and
okay.
So, yeah,
Are
we're
you
gonna,
getting people coming in asking for it?
no one has, but I only had 10 applications.
That's
so
right,
far
that's
this
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, it's a different story.
Yeah.
but,
so what I'm gonna do is make sure prior to the end of this weekend, I think what I will, or before the weekend, is I'll get Ellen and the students to go down and just do the dummy thing for now.
This weekend, yeah.
Yes.
The upper ones are all dummy lock now,
Yes.
no locks.
Okay.
Right
And
now.
then we'll go down and make sure the bottom ones are the same and let's just get through this weekend.
Yeah, I
and
think we
then-
have to.
Okay,
It's a
Yeah.
temporary fix, but how
Yeah.
else do you do it?
that
Yeah.
sounds good.
Okay,
Cause we're getting the speed bumps out on the main road first. So, I know, I hate it too, but I'm with you.
I got him before that last night.
Yeah, who wants to approve that, motion?
I'll do that.
Okay.
How was the road otherwise?
Good,
Good. I think
That
that's the
was
best
gravel.
I've seen it since
Yeah.
the rain.
yeah, it was actually, I thought it was gonna be kind of a mess with the rain this week. It was good coming in last night.
That gravel helped.
The new gravel, yes.
Yeah, it does help.
Okay,
All in favor?
Okay.
All right. Flying through the meeting.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Public
Promises.
notification.
I'll stop asking questions.
no, that was a tough one.
Yeah.
Well, still gonna be tougher, don't worry.
Yeah, no, I know.
But it'll be nice, once we get it to a point where we're feeling, okay, let's finish off the year.
It's good to get this in because it's been a gap not having the policy for it.
Okay, this one's public notification. We beat this one up on the last and the public and all of
Yeah,
that.
you've done first, you've done second, we're just asking for the third.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so-
changed the one to 21-4-25-6-21-3.
Yes, she fixed the number.
Oh, right,
Okay.
that was the one.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then we had the 3.2, council must choose a minimum of 2 advertising methods as
Right.
listed, or at the direction of council to the CAO. And then we had removed that at the discretion was before that.
Yeah,
at the
so that one got
discretion-
removed and your new one was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So those are the amendments that were done in second reading, so if that's good.
Okay.
Okay, third reading. Who's making that motion?
Sure.
Okay.
Dan, all in favor? Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So business,
This
that's on the Explore Inc.
Yes,
I have
it's exploring, not ExploreNet, I apologize for
Great.
that.
I have a couple questions on that.
Okay,
And that is, I'm trying to follow the map and I guess all I care about at this point is why are some areas included and some areas are excluded?
I asked that question, all they could say is this is what's covered under the broadband grant. If, once this grant implementation is completed, if there is more desire or increased wanting the same thing, they would do it on their own money.
My comment is if we're approving it for the village and we've excluded one block or 2 blocks or one avenue, how is that? I don't think that's appropriate.
We're not all.
No, but
Yeah.
we do, because we're giving them approval, so
We're
if
giving
we're
them
giving them
approval to
approval,
access.
if we're giving them approval, I think we need to specify that it's all lots or owners have access to this. It's like putting natural gas through here and not doing one of the lots or one of the avenues.
This is where it's gonna get complicated because this approval is to the CRTC and the federal government. It's.
It's
I'm
for the
all-
village, that, you think the
Yes.
CRCC looked at every detail of what blocks were included and not included? I'd like to know why, like.
I don't
it
know,
makes-
but they were in this meeting when I got this presented to me. This was I did not know about this and
What was coming, like even in the email to talk about it, it wasn't really.
There was no information. I had to dig for this.
Okay, but I think prior to approval, I would wanna know what blocks are, and I tried to follow the map, I don't even, but some are, looks like some are included and some are
Well,
not.
pretty much the old, the first, second, third, fourth street and Front Street, and Lakeview Avenue or whatever it is, are excluded and everywhere else is.
Yeah,
Almost.
Ranch Road isn't in there, is
Yeah.
it?
the new subdivision isn't in
That's true,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that's my point is,
It's a good point. I mean,
why are we excluding certain blocks or areas?
if it's a timing thing, it's one thing, but if
When
it's-
I asked,
if it's-
and I
yeah.
asked that question, cause I was like you guys. Whoa, why does it, that's what the grant has approved. And if there is the demand, we will do it ourselves on our private dollar.
I'm not comfortable with that.
And that's what I was
No.
informed.
Yeah,
I'm,
I think that's a reasonable response.
I got two things. That was one, is why have we
Okay.
excluded certain blocks? And then the second one I had is this mean that, is it like gas where the lines are put in by this provider and then I can choose Direct Energy or ATCO or whoever to pay my bill? So if ExploreNet puts this in, can I go with Shaw?
Yes, you can, because
It
this
doesn't
is
say that
not-
anywhere in any of the literature.
In this, it's a non-exclusive right. So it's not exclusive to them, so another company could come in and say, hey, we wanna do internet.
Just a minute, another company could come in and plow lines right beside theirs. I wanna know, can I use the ExploreNet fiber optic lines and go with XYZ company?
It'd be the same as the towers.
Unfortunately, when
So is it their towers, so I
Yes,
can't
their
go with
lines.
anybody else?
Their
The-
line.
their lines,
So why are we giving them exclusive right?
we're not giving them exclusive.
I mean,
It's not.
Apex has, put the utilities in, but I can go with whoever the hell I want for my power and,
Correct, because
Okay.
they subcontract that out to.
but
other
that's not what
providers.
this is.
This is
This
their
is
coming
saying,
in.
we are giving you exclusive right to plow fiber optics to get customers in the village. So if I want high-speed internet, I go with ExploreNet and nobody else.
Nope, cause
That's-
it's saying in here, we're giving consent for them to construct their equipment and willing to grant the company a non-exclusive. The other companies, they have an exclusive, but what they do for the service provider, they look after the lines and then they just kind of pool up there. This is different, this is the non-exclusive, but they're gonna put their lines in.
Well, we should have a letter from them. If that's gonna be it, then I agree with putting it through the whole village.
So,
I mean,
but realistically, if ExploreNet comes and so what we're saying is ExploreNet would come put this in there.
We're gonna get fiber optics.
And then if you wanna get high-speed internet, you can phone up Shaw and Shaw says, well, we don't have equipment in there yet. They have a right to.
That's right.
It's not exclusive, so they could, but ExploreNet was first.
That doesn't mean
So
you're owners
probably
to them.
makes, no,
I
no,
think
it
right,
doesn't mean,
the way
but,
it reads right now it is. I don't
But-
think Shaw can connect to this fiber optic to put in, to tie me in individually.
no, I don't think so, but Shaw could decide that they're going to come into the village and do all the ones in between, but they're not likely to do that.
Like,
This
I
is
just don't like a monopoly in the village,
It's almost like,
especially that somebody that's gotten federal money to do this.
yeah,
So, and maybe it is, but it does not I could not find anything in this agreement or anything in here that says they will put the general lines in and then I can choose whoever I want to
no,
go.
which you can't.
So you're thinking that Shaw cannot come in, if it's going past my
Well-
place, I can't tie in, because you can in Calgary,
But originally
to the
when,
main line.
Okay,
for utilities, I don't know, like TELUS came through and put high speed, but you know,
and then
we're,
Shaw comes through and they do.
yeah, and Shaw came and put
But
their,
they tie into the back alley to the same main line. So I'm thinking, is there a main line or is there a Shaw line, an ExploreNet line? Is there 20 lines in if I want 20 providers in my community?
I don't know.
Or is it a main line? And that's what I don't understand is they didn't do it across the whole village, which I find a bit,
Mhm.
you know, somebody's gonna pay extra down the road to connect into something. And I think it is an exclusive right that we're granting them.
Well, it's maybe not exclusive rate, but it would preemptively discourage the other providers from coming in here because, you know, they're second in and their economic aren't as good. So, you know, maybe it will be an opportunity before we do it is to approach Shaw or TELUS or whoever
Well, I
and
can,
say,
I'd like
would you want to put in a competing bid for this stuff?
well, and
Well,
Well, that
well,
grant.
this is through the CRTC and the federal grant, so
Yeah.
I guess the question would be asking them.
yeah. I just need the question asked.
So maybe that's what I need is the resolution from you guys that at this point you would like more information and a reason why
Some areas are not covered and others are.
that question and,
Well, and if ExploreNet decides that they're gonna charge us each $300 a month if we want high speed, you're screwed. You're gonna pay it, cause they're monopoly, right?
because
So
maybe,
if you want high speed, you pay whatever they ask.
like, we don't have to, they can bring it to our buildings. We don't have to connect to it, because we can stay with what we've got.
I know,
Starlink.
but the
So-
feds are putting money into this so that us
Yeah.
remote areas have access to high speed. But if you have access to high speed, but we're charged through the nose for it, like, that's why I'm just, the monopoly bothers me when somebody else is already funded for this. And maybe it's not the case, maybe it's just for, like Apex plows the lines in, right? Isn't that what our gas and electrical is? Is those lines we're wired for
The
electricity.
electrical is ATCO.
Okay, so ATCO puts it in, but I can pay whoever I want for electrical. And,
It used to be, let's wait, because when power and gas first came in, it's basically been one company. that
it was
started.
regulated though.
Right, and as it's changing, and probably, I don't know how the CRTC works, I know CRTC is very complicated. Could be the same idea. My concern is different than your concerns that you're voicing. My concern is you can get where you get to meet the requirements of the CRTC, then this company goes belly up, and then this company comes in and they take over. That is what's happening out there with the restrictions of CRTC and how they work.
I would like a request to
Yeah.
ask
Just in,
ExploreNet to come and discuss this with us prior to our approval.
Okay, perfect.
Cause I don't know enough. I don't know enough. And it seems like, oh, we've got this already paid for and approved. We're coming in on blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, just a minute, there's still questions.
Mhm.
Welcome to my world after that conversation. I had
Well,
with
but, you know, and maybe, you know, I don't know if you've met with them but I would not feel comfortable permitting this without further information.
You have in this package exactly what I was shown and explained to you in the same way, and I'm looking at saying, well, it would be an agreement. And they said, oh, we'll just make up one, no, you send me one. I see it's non-exclusive, but again, I don't know how this all came to be. It was just,
Okay,
Well, yeah, non-exclusive, to put that word in without saying what that means is.
Yeah.
that's-
I'm good, we'll get them.
Does the administration schedule a meeting with Explore Inc., which is the company, to meet with council prior to approval of the access agreement?
To schedule them to be a delegation and let's do it.
As quickly as possible
Yeah,
or
next
whatever,
council
for the next
meeting.
council meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because, yeah, maybe I'm confusing ExploreNet with Explore Inc. and maybe these are the Apexes of the world or the ATCOs of the world, and maybe they are just a plumb in the lines, but we don't know,
Yeah,
who, yeah.
And particularly because it's not even across the whole village, you need to understand this.
Yeah, right, I don't understand that.
I know, when I looked at the maps, and I said, okay, you're coming in here, and you're coming here, and you're going here, and then you're going back out there, I have no idea what's
Yeah.
going on here.
I think we'd get a bit of flack if we put high-speed internet and
Do you want
omitted
June
certain.
11th or sooner?
Sure,
Well, or sooner,
or
Yeah.
sooner,
like we could do it
Yeah.
as a
If we have
special
to call
meeting.
a special meeting because
Yeah.
they've given us a date, then I will,
Okay.
Yeah.
So to have ministers to schedule a meeting with exploring to meet with council as delegation at the June 11th meeting, council meeting, or sooner prior to approval of the access agreement.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, and, Dan made that.
All in favor?
I'm good with that, yay, because it was more puzzling for me as much as it is for you.
well. yeah.
Okay, Bar Harbor's having a pancake breakfast Saturday. And would like to use the hall. We did that last year for them.
Yeah, they're booked in the hall, they're rounding if you would waive the fee.
Or reduced cost, yeah, a reduced rental, a discounted rental.
It would seem reasonable to me that do a discount that would still cover the cost of cleaning and whatever that are costs, out of pocket expenses for it, if we could do it to that, I was thinking.
So
What's the normal house society rental fee for them?
250,
Yeah.
and what's cleaning, 150?
Oh,
If that,
Or, is it- no, it
it's
might-
hourly $30 an hour,
so it might be less.
probably 60.
So we could, I think we should get our base costs covered,
so 50.
but that's about it.
50 or 100?
Or I don't know what the rent, if the rental is 250, then 50% waived,
50, 60, 70,
whatever.
your call.
Well, what are our basic costs if somebody rents it, what are our hard costs?
Be it cleaning, but that's what the Hall Society, they
Yeah, the whole
deal with that.
society deals with
Do we do a
that.
special pump out, do we have to have special
We do that
water?
all the time.
We do it, we've got everything scheduled.
Okay, so that's not an extra cost, so the
No.
extra cost is the cleaning
Yeah.
service.
Yeah, at the hall.
So
yeah.
if we either say it's free or they cover the cleaning costs.
And I think it's, yeah, I would just say whatever, $75 to cover the cleaning
Cleaning
costs.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay,
A reduced cost or reduced,
Yeah, I guess there's another point to it is that they're really struggling hard.
Yeah, I have information about the internet lines. Because when I was building, the line that I asked about what was going on with the power box, and they have connections that are for internet, and the cable or the line is empty, and it can be run through there, so they don't even have to. It's set up for connecting to.
with some,
that would be that development, yeah.
TELUS internet for Reddish roads.
Yeah.
I just thought you
Yeah,
needed to know about that. So
Good.
contact TELUS, or not TELUS, APCO, and let them know.
Okay,
And that was for TELUS and all the other fiber and stuff like that.
got it,
okay,
thank
Okay.
you.
thanks.
Bye.
Okay,
So you were saying they're really struggling there.
They have been for years. Actually, they're to
Yeah,
a point
they
where it's
almost-
for sale.
Hmm.
United Church Canada, but they're a real non-profit.
Yeah.
Do you think, are you suggesting that we just
Waive it?
Waive it completely and?
That would be
cost
my
ourselves?
suggestion,
That's what was done last year.
I would be
because
okay
like
with that
some
too.
people go for pancake breakfast and they pay $5 a person kind of deal, like it's kind of a
Well, I mean, if we want to be,
donation.
they are good neighbors and we want to be good neighbors.
I agree.
Right.
And they are not charging admission for attendance, so our residents, if they come for a pancake and decide not to do a donation, that's a benefit. So I'd be okay with either one.
Okay. Yeah, it's nominal amount, so it's not.
And it's not gonna set a precedent because it's for practically a charity. Cause that's,
They're non-for-profit.
yeah.
They are not for profit.
That's what I got from was I think stuck in the RFD.
Is a registered non-for-profit, nonprofit.
Yeah, there you go.
So you can make the resolution to
Approve to waive the rental fee or the fee is $75, so.
I think we can make a recommendation to waive it like that it is before. I wouldn't want to say it's because they are a nonprofit, because then we're kind of setting a precedent for other
Right.
Yeah.
nonprofits.
I don't wanna set a
They're-
precedent, but
We're
yes.
being good neighbors.
Yes, that's
We're being good neighbors.
So I Paul to approve, or move by Paul to approve to waive the rental fee for Bar Harbor Camp.
For this event.
pancake breakfast
Yeah.
on May 17th, 2025 at the White Sands Hall. And
Okay.
notify the Hall Society. Notify Hall Society again.
Does the whole society, are they aware of this? or-
Yes. Yeah.
Yes,
And
they're
then-
the ones who brought it to our attention. We said, get them to send it to us in writing.
Okay, so they won't be saying.
We're not
what the
stepping
hell?
on their toes, no.
No,
Okay,
because they had brought it to us, but to our attention in the past, and we said, put it in writing, we'll just take it to council and get it done.
okay.
So administration will you're gonna let, how do you word it to let, you know,
No.
don't need that part in it?
No, we'll do
Okay.
that on our own back.
Okay. So,
Okay, perfect.
so this is for pancake breakfast on the weekend. That's free for anybody in the public.
Yeah,
Or,
right.
like,
This
by
weekend.
donation.
This weekend.
Yeah,
This weekend.
okay.
So, yeah, you just make a donation.
Are we putting it up on our Facebook page, or they are?
They have
They have
They
it.
can
there.
advertise it.
They can advertise.
Is it on what's up at White Sands or is it on our page?
It's
Our
on-
page, I haven't done
WhatsApp.
it.
It's
It's
been on
on
what's
WhatsApp.
up on
WhatsApp.
like.
They post in that group.
Okay,
Okay,
it's posted. I did see it.
Okay, council reports.
okay.
All right, hold on, let me get back to me. I get it. Okay. How are you, Lo?
I can go first since I got the written report in here.
Okay.
I think it's self-explanatory, most of it. I think the one thing I do want to bring attention to is the County Estate Housing Authority. So this is an ongoing thing. We've had some in-camera discussions around potential issues around this charitable status of the county. And that was lost by error in previous years. And there could be some liabilities associated with taxes owing as it's dealt with here. It's been in camera discussions right now, so I don't really think I can have open discussions of it right now. But there was a motion that was made to retain the services of Bolesky and Flynn as tax accountants to advise on the path forward for cleaning this up. And I'll bring this back to council with further updates as they develop.
This will not affect this year's tax stuff, right?
No, no.
Thank you.
No, but it could be a liability going forward.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I just added was a note about what I mentioned previously, that I was puzzled that my ATCO energy bill was listing a municipal franchise fee for White Sands on it. I took it back to ATCO and to Apex. Apex confirmed that those amounts that I'm seeing in my bill was their
Tax.
property was flow through charges for what was it called here?
The property tax
Yeah.
that we put on, that you guys said non-residential, and you
Yes.
asked about that, that's
It
exactly
was the
what
flow,
you're
it
doing.
was the flow through those fees, and what ATCO apparently does is they kind of bundle things up and they call them, and it got mislabeled through it, so.
Yeah.
The billing is all correct, the mislabeling was wrong, and just bringing that up for everybody's attention that if people are seeing it. Apex did confirm they are not charging any municipal franchise fee, and it's not being billed on my stuff, so.
It is a recouping of the municipal.
Yes.
Okay,
I had two. One was the recreation, and that I believe is near its final reiterations. There was some mostly formatting, and we're gonna look at changing the rating a little. I talked to Aaron this morning. So that should go out, it's just going to point to a website. It's not, the survey is not going with the taxes. It's, hey, we're doing this, you know, like a little notification, we're doing this, please go to this site and complete it. We're also going to do it on our Facebook and through social media. And I think we should still, we have our deadlines and we should have the results back for the next meeting, at least hopefully tabulated and, you know, and we'll get some, I think we'll get some good response and you know, we kind of steered it in a certain thing, but we also left it open for other suggestions. And then the other one was the meeting we had yesterday, I guess, so the county advised us that the regional fire manager, he wasn't the chief.
The fire one.
yeah,
Fire-
he was, they called him
Regional
chief.
fire
They called them chiefs. The regional fire chief has resigned, and the county has asked the other players if they were interested in forming a commission to kind of run the fire department. There's still some, just, you know, some political infighting between the county and
So
the
the
town.
town asked about, or the county?
Okay.
The county asked us to
There was a whole-
participate.
And it was a preliminary meeting to review.
To
of the
discuss.
Fire commission option.
Yes. And so we had that discussion and we're going to be getting more information on that. But it sounds like it could, it's been reopened.
Yes.
The conflict has been a bit, we thought it was resolved and it really wasn't. And it's having some effect on the actual operations. So we'll see. We could potentially have a couple options down the road, but for now there is, I mean, it's business as usual, but the business as usual probably will have to change in the next little bit. So that's, and we are, although they didn't mention it, we are still currently under a full fire ban.
We didn't mention it. I was thinking about that.
Yeah, it wasn't what that meeting was specifically for, but I thought I'd just bring that up as in that we are under a full fire ban in this area.
So that fire ban will stay on all this weekend.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Stay tuned. You can go to the websites to check it. There's I think it's
Did you
out there.
discuss that with them yesterday, that you?
I had to pick up other things in town, so I forgot about asking. I'm gonna make a phone call today and have a
Yeah,
chat.
it'd be worth asking. And then
We didn't get notification.
We need the communication
They
because.
never got notified.
oh, one way or the other.
Yeah, so normally there's like a statement or something that they
Yeah.
send out saying that we're in a fire ban. And we didn't get anything. We heard from a resident. And then we heard from Roshan Sancio that we're under fire ban because he
got-
personally has notifications from the county come up on his phone. But he never got one officially for Roshan Sands and we never got one officially for White Sands.
Okay, it's worth checking. I
Yes.
believe that it is a full fire ban, not across the province, but in this area.
Yeah.
And we should confirm whether that's been going to be lifted, not lifted.
Yes, I'm going,
Because
I
there'll be a
want to-
lot of people asking.
I
Okay.
know.
There'll be a lot of people
Yes,
asking.
because we've
So,
had some rain, so I'm going to confirm that today and have a discussion about we need to have better notification methods moving forward. Because I reviewed that morning and I got a call from a resident that afternoon that it had changed.
So, and what does our sign say?
It's changed.
On.
It
It's
says
all
on.
full, it's full on.
High alert
Yes.
fire ban.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
We have a one that one that pushes up
Yeah.
fire ban.
that's my report. I don't think I have anything else.
I got a potload of stuff, but I'll try. So tree removal on the municipal reserve, if it's like on lakefront, for example, if it's dead trees, we have to make the people come for application and then they'll be inspected, whether they're dead or not. And then the folks can hire someone to take them down.
If they're doing that already, then, because sometimes it's easier to get access from their properties, and we don't wanna trespass onto somebody else's property, right? So if they've already got it all scheduled, or somebody coming out, and we have confirmed the tree is dead, then we will mark it and say, yes, you can remove it. We will give them authorization to
Yeah.
enter into.
On MR,
Yes.
nothing can happen on ER. Dead, alive, nothing. They can't touch it.
Yeah, well, ER is environmental reserve, but that doesn't include the strip along the lake because that's right of way. So if you go from Bar W all the way over to Roshan Sands, the county's property in between the right of way and the boundaries is ER. Ours is MR. So we just have a few patches in the village that are ER.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of confusing to people too, because.
Along the beach line, if you look at that
Yep.
white line there.
You can see it.
Yeah, but the ERs we have is just about 3 little sections.
Yeah.
Okay.
In there, and it's on the map and on the
So, but
website.
under MR, that's the rules, is if they
Yeah.
want to remove a dead tree, they have to inform us and we have to inspect it and,
You're right.
Yeah.
And so then, what about the liability? Do they have to sign something? Like, what if someone who isn't a arborist is doing it, which happens a lot, if they get injured or something on municipal property, do we have to have a waiver signed?
You know what? We haven't gone that far yet. Because if you are emailing us and you're saying that you're going to, like, most people tell us what they're doing, right? If they're gonna do it on their, I'm wanting to do my own, and I would like authorization. Well, then we can make sure that it's clearly in that authorization that we will authorize you, but highly recommend you get a qualified personnel person to do it. You're going, or you are doing this at your own risk.
Yeah, that's all.
That's it.
So we don't have any liability because.
Well, there's liability in anything that happens, because
Yeah,
anybody can sue.
but you know, what I'm saying is if someone comes and does the trees that are approved to get cut over and they don't know how to run a chainsaw or something, they get hurt, is the village liable? So that's what I want to protect the village for. Because no one, if they only got 1 tree or 2 trees or whatever, they're not gonna hire an arborist, or if they got
It's
3
taken
trees,
down.
because it'll just, you know how expensive it is. Like it costs us
You
10
know-
grand to do.
There's never a guarantee. Somebody can sue you for any reason they want to. But if that person injures themselves, doing it themselves, and we've said, okay, we've inspected, that tree is dead. Yes, you can remove it. Please do.
Okay,
Use
so
some
it'd
specialists.
be like someone
Yeah, you're
pushing the
all
lift
risk.
in and cutting their foot off. Not our problem.
It's just like the boat launch. We've got a sign there.
Okay.
Right? Use at your own risk, low water levels. If something happens over there, because somebody just does something because they decided to,
Yeah.
get stuck, sinks their vehicle in, whatever, they want to sue us, Well, we kinda told you you're using it at your own risk.
So what happens if it's on MR and they deem that it's, could potentially fall onto their property? Can they say, there's a dead tree, I would like you to remove it?
I think them ones we look after, at least we have in the past. If it's something on MR that's gonna, if it fell, would damage it property.
There's a certain amount of risk that everybody has to take on, that your property.
Well, I know, but okay, but the
Yeah.
tree is on MR.
Yep.
Okay, clearly. So on MR, you're not allowed to cut it down because it's on MR. If they approach us and say, I would like to cut this down, then yes, we can inspect it and give them permission and recommend that they get a professional to do it. But if they do it, it's at your own risk. That's one scenario.
Yes.
What happens if they say, it's on MR, it's on your property, Mr. Village? It's impacting the potential to harm my property or my people walking down a path on the MR.
Yes.
You guys have to take it down.
Well, it would depend on if the tree is actually dead, is it still
Okay,
alive?
it is dead. Let's assume it's dead and it's
So
leaning and it
after
could fall.
After review, we say it's dead, what happens after?
Well, then either my gentleman who's qualified has the,
Yeah,
do it, or it'll go on and we'd have to hire a contractor. or
but then it
So-
would be our responsibility because it's on MR and it potentially is impacting somebody's property.
So we're
Yes
talking
and
two
no.
different things.
Yes,
though.
we are, but, and exactly.
Yeah, so like one thing is a tree is presenting a hazard
Yep.
to somebody either on the, you know, on the MR or on private property, presenting hazard. I think what we're talking about here is somebody for aesthetic reasons or whatever, just wants to remove a dead tree.
Which is what.
Nobody is
normally-
saying, we're not saying it's a hazard.
Yes.
Okay.
So for non-hazard and they want to remove it, they have to get permission. We determine whether it's dead or alive
Yes.
and that's on MR.
Yeah.
If it's a
because-
hazard, it's our responsibility. If they identify as a hazard, we assess that. And then it's our responsibility to remove that hazard because we're now aware of it.
Well, if it's a hazard,
But municipal
if it's on,
reserve,
just, cause this has been brought up before.
yeah,
So if it's a hazard on the pathway on the MR from your property down to the lake, your pathway isn't supposed to be there.
So that's my problem.
Well, it's what was brought up before, like there's pathways down in, CJ2 that are,
I, as a member of public, can wander that same pathway though, it's on MR, so it's a hazard to general public
okay,
regardless of.
I'm
whether
just
it's-
brought up
Yeah.
what was done in the past.
your bylaws from MR is to maintain them in as natural state as possible. There are some things we can't foresee, and there's certain risks that we can't foresee either. We can't foresee that 80-kilometer-mile-an-hour wind that could knock every tree over.
But
Those are just,
If it's a live tree
yeah,
that's close to a cabin, that's on MR, and it's not quite dead yet,
it stays.
I would say no.
Yeah, it
You're
stays.
not allowed.
I've had.
No, I would say, no, it's gotta go.
Oh,
We have a situation where we've already had a discussion with a property owner that the tree, we checked it, they're live trees. They are, leaves are coming out, but it's growing anyway.
so it's posing a hazard.
They're concerned that somewhere in a big windstorm, it could be a hazard, could be. But it's alive.
And there's trees that grow crooked.
Well, I don't think
So-
any administration or council can make that decision. It'd have to be someone that knows their cookies, cause there's lots of trees that are fully leaved out and
So in
are
that
ready
case,
to go.
by their power line going into their property, we had instructed them to talk to.
The power company.
Yeah, so it'll
Power's
probably get
different.
moved.
Yeah,
Separate service.
we can't remove it anyways, we're not qualified for it.
Okay, just enough on this. Next.
So,
Can I add one more? Also, just learning from working in a provincial park, there's times you should be cutting trees and times you should not be cutting trees because of nesting. and
That's
habitats
correct.
for animals.
Okay, but we,
FYI. But if it's a hazard, I get it.
yes. So we're basically saying, in fact, it's not even a policy, is it? Is it a policy?
No,
No.
policy.
No,
Guys, my
So it was
favorite
a
is the beach
discussion.
one.
It was a discussion.
just don't start another policy on the trees.
Okay.
I don't wanna go there quite yet until
No.
I get everything figured out, your liabilities,
Okay.
risks,
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, so,
Next.
you probably already know, but no debenture for Ocean Sands, cause they were all under budget and they had some surplus in the Shirley McLean, so they paid the debenture out, so we won't get one.
Yeah, in the minutes in the package.
That request for mailboxes I looked into and, I'll give you a little run by, but also, Melissa's gonna look into it. So basically, delivery services, the guy I know up there I talked to, and they would put boxes in. The policy has changed with Canada Post. Before they would have had to put 403 boxes in. Now they're proposing to put maybe 100, and then they can adjust it as the village grows.
Right, we can add.
And if people didn't want to use it and they had boxes in town, then A box, which is the small one, you have to pay a yearly rate of $187 plus GST. So if you had a B box, it was a little bigger one, it's $250 plus GST. So that could impact,
People that like going to Erskine to get their mail.
or Stellar,
Or Stettler.
like that has to go out there. And the other thing is, we would get our own postal code, which is very important to a lot of people. And you'd have to use your street address as your address with the new postal code. And then,
Any timelines proposed on that?
well,
Right now, I haven't been able to make the call yet, let's get this
no,
done.
I'm just giving information. to you.
Well, I am going to try and push to get this done within this 2025 year.
Okay, fair enough.
Good luck with that.
It's always a
So-
work in progress.
I did
So the main impact of doing it would be a potential negative impact if people wanted to keep a post office box.
Yeah, and
They
it's-
would now have to pay for it
Correct.
before it was free.
Because we've offered it local.
yeah, and it's just for permanent people, of
Yeah,
course, right?
oh, yeah, but I think it would be relatively few people that would say, I don't wanna go with post box here, I wanna keep it in town. I think
Well,
that-
I did a survey of the village. I didn't have instructions from the boss here, but I did it on my own, and what I did, I talked to people in the areas, and then we went around in the quad or whatever, and got the people who lived here permanently and how many lived in the house. And where they're at, so
This is an informal but fairly accurate survey.
this is,
Unofficial.
Unofficial.
Unofficial survey.
that is so close it stinks. And there's a one or two that I didn't want to bother with, because you have to, some people use, this as their permanent address, but I don't know, because of capital gains, right? So there's a couple that I just left out of this, but this is really, really close.
About how many?
Pardon?
How many, on your unofficial survey,
Oh,
how many permanent?
Population 128.
Yeah.
And permanent people's lots 67.
Well, you missed me. I'm not on here.
Bullshit.
I'm serious.
If I did.
I'm pretty sure you missed me.
Good.
So,
Make
yeah, you're not
it
so
work.
damn accurate.
Well, I said it was unofficial.
Well, of course, you go to look at what you are and went, I'm pretty sure I don't have a spot here.
Yeah, sorry. So that changes it.
There you go, it adds two more and one more lot. But no, this is good. So this is pretty accurate, and it's kind of what we've been saying all along. that we're around that 130, 135.
Yeah,
And how would you say this has changed over the last 2 or 3 years? Because there's been quite a few new people that are more permanent now.
well, I think probably some people moved out too,
Okay,
like Shaw's and,
Yeah.
you know, Eric and Virginia
Yeah.
and another guy out on Lakeview towards, Gazebo Hill there, passed away and,
yeah,
you know, but I don't know, this didn't really, like, because they use our population as StatsCan, which is 173 or whatever. And
I thought StatsCan was 119.
no, that was the
Oh, the old one.
municipal census
Okay.
in 2016.
Oh, StatsCan estimates based on, oh, yeah,
And so anyway, I just put this out there for information, and that gives
postal services.
That's what's
just,
postal service
it'll give
report.
Jeffrey kind of an idea.
So if we had 100 boxes, it would suffice for a little bit of bookkeeping.
Yes.
Yeah, he thought, when he's talking to me, because I thought it was around 50 or so lots, but now it's 68, he might put in 140 or something.
Okay.
Which seems very, that's a nice conservative number to use, because it's kind of thinking, according to what we supply to municipal affairs, is that we have about 300 dwelling units that are built. So if you do 140, that's almost 50%, so that's a really good number.
How much was the box, sorry, I'm going back to how much was the box in Stellar if we got this, and how much would it be, 187?
If you had a small,
I would
Small
just
one,
say
it's
that if
100
boxes
There
in
is a
the,
cost.
in the community, if
There would
you
be
do
a
it
fee.
outside, there would be a
Yes.
fee.
and it's substantial, because if you go like the A is the real small one.
Yeah.
The B is what you guys have, 119, and that's 250 plus GST. The C is the longer one,
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So that's 328 plus GST per year.
I was gonna say that would be an annual fee. Okay, that's what I'm gonna put in your
Yeah.
fee.
Because really, the fee is a person's decision on what they want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and then also, just on a side note, Canada Post gives free change of address cards and
Yeah.
postage included.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's good.
so the lake level is 780.04. And it's 81 centimeters below full. So that's the same as end of August.
Sorry.
780.04
Yeah, okay,
meters above sea level. And from full level, it's 81 centimeters below. Same as end of August last year.
So the lake level in the spring is the same as August lake level last year.
Yeah, so far, but they still have some stuff to dump, I'm told. Okay. Tanks, sewer and water tanks. So there's been a little bit of confusion. So I got a hold of the plumbing inspector, and in a residential setting, if you're to build a cabin, your minimum size is 1,000 gallons. If you had an RV on a lot, you could go 600 gallons. They make them up in Bashaw. And then you could put a flange on top of that and make an outhouse out of that as well. Except you can't, because it's against their bylaws, because an accessory building is doesn't define outhouse. You have to take it out of your land use bylaw, so the outhouse is not an accessory building, because you can't put an accessory building on an empty lot without having a cabin there.
Right.
It's site works, just so you know.
Yeah, and then it's like Melissa had done here for the tanks. It's code now to have a level indicator in all tanks. And then for distances from the side, you gotta be 10, if you have a cistern and then you got for water, and then you got a holding tank for sewer. They have to be 10 meters apart.
Or well. Well,
Or,
or
well,
system.
any
Yes.
water.
Yeah, any water source has to be
Yeah.
10 meters from your
Yeah,
Yeah,
sewer source.
and then from the distance from property lines is 1 meter.
Yeah.
For the tank. That's just for information.
and we're very adamant at making sure that people stay within those requirements so they don't interfere with the adjacent landowner.
Yeah. Like there's a lot or 2 lots together on Lakeview Avenue. If one person chlorinates the well, the next one is chlorinated.
Oh, really? Oh, so wells have to be as well as septics from the property line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, docks, you mentioned to me about putting long docks out.
Yeah,
Well, I asked on Monday, and it is possible, but it wouldn't be a TFA, it would be a different, what do you call it?
so I, just to clarify, I asked Lauren,
I remember
should
this.
we encourage owners to, put fewer docks, but to work together
Yeah,
to put a long dock in? And he had some concerns that he believed that you weren't allowed to put a dock longer than X. So then you were clarifying, right?
Right, because in the document for Moran Docking, it says the dock in front of your property can be, like if you got a 60-foot wide lot, you could only have 120-foot long.
So twice as long as your.
But she said you could go longer with a different designation of the property in the water other than the TFA, and I can't remember what the hell.
So what does that mean?
It would have to be, Christine said on Monday, because I asked her
I'll have to,
specifically.
I'll have to ask her about that conversation when
Yeah.
I have my meeting with her, cause I'm kinda curious, so if it's not a TFA, then are we going farther into like an Angela Fulton application?
What's the other
Cause when
one?
you get into
T-
past a certain.
Temporary field authorization is only good for 1 to 5 years.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
is that
that's,
what-
that's
okay.
for a dock,
Yeah,
that's the TFA through Christine.
right, but
And
if
then
you,
Angela
but if,
Fulton is after that, when you get to a certain level, because it gets.
like the
into
marina over at Roshan, what is that piece of property?
LOC.
Yeah, license of occupation.
Okay, thank you.
So bottom line, are we encouraging residents to extend work with their neighbors? To have fewer docks but longer docks, and can we?
So I need to
Well,
know,
this is just for information.
But
So
I'm
they
kind of
can-
curious, because we're gonna have those discussions. I mean, I've already heard, in the village, well, we're gonna put ours with these guys, and you hey, we're gonna extend this longer. Are we gonna run afoul of any rules and regulations, or is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing?
I
well,
think they just have to apply it for a different thing, and I'm not sure if it's a license of occupation, but she told me it is possible.
so I'll have to talk to, because is this an LOC that the municipality has to apply for, and then we authorize after that? Cause that's what she's been trying to get us to do, is take over the TFAs.
Well.
So nobody wants to do that until they change their legislation. That's kind of what I'm hearing from a lot of people are saying. So let me further see.
Yeah, let's get
Because
further
this LOC
clarification.
is usually more municipalities, but I'm wondering, is there something as it gets farther out but there's certain water levels, so I guess when it hits a certain water level, now it becomes another.
See, and the legislation for the mooring and docking, there's a certain amount of water you.
Yes,
you
it's by
have-
water level,
Yeah, for travel,
yeah.
and that comes out of transport.
So you can't be too deep or you can't be too shallow.
Can't be too deep.
So you can't go in, put a dock in
And-
8 feet of water.
That's right, you can't.
Okay. But what is the minimum? Like, do we have, I'm curious from, not, you know, personal and, but I've had questions is, can I put a super long dock to get to deep water?
Okay, can you do a resolution for administration?
To get more information on it, that's all I'm
Yes.
asking.
But does anybody have, posts that are longer than 6 feet?
Probably not.
It's just the length is what.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the depth probably isn't an issue, but now you could have a 200-foot dock and
Yeah.
still be only this much water.
Yeah, but that's not really water that boats are gonna be traveling around in.
No,
anyways.
no.
It's too shallow.
Yeah.
What he's indicating is if everybody put all their docks together to extend it out, you can share. Sharing is greatly
good.
encouraged. I guess it would be, well, if it's really shallow here, does it make a difference if you take it out farther, moor it, so that you're in a little bit better level of water, you're walking through a little bit of water?
Yeah.
But is that a big deal, or do you want dry right from wherever?
I'm just asking for some clarification.
Yes.
Where does the dock need to start and how long can it go out?
Okay, and that's exactly the question.
How
Right.
far dogs can go into the lake and
And where do they need to start? Do
Where
they
do they
need
need
to
to
start
start?
at the high water mark? Do they need to start? Because now, I mean, you could, in some of these, Beach Access 8, you could start your dock 100 feet into the water
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
sandbar.
Oh, yeah, for
So
sure.
is that what we want people to do? Start your
then I-
dock 100 feet in?
Why would we
I asked
care?
her though,
Or are
That's,
you
that's the
allowed?
bed and shore, so that would be where they could put it.
so I asked her another question, so the right of way, is that, and it's pinned, is that the shore? And she said, no, where the water is the shore.
So
But then, look at us, it could be from 50 feet,
yeah,
10.
so we need some clarification. So we're
She said
asking,
from the high water mark all the way to where the water is, that now becomes shoreline.
Yeah,
so we could technically start our docks 100 feet off the
Yeah.
shore, the old shore.
Yeah,
yeah. But it's gotta get really clarified, this was just.
Yeah, let's get some clarification on
I'll
that.
work on that.
moved by Councilor Zembel to have administration.
Investigate.
Investigate, because I was trying to figure out a better word. Investigate
where shoreline begins for a dock.
on,
Place.
well, investigate on how far docks can go into lake and where do they need to start. And I put in parentheses, high water or low water mark.
Or shoreline or
Or
whatever.
shoreline.
Yeah, I just want some clarification because people are asking.
Okay, so I had a meeting on Monday, and there's a few things out of it, and it's from the Buffalo Lake Management Team.
Did you pass that? Did you, motion?
Oh, all in favor? Yep.
Thank you.
There's one of the main things was the Water Act approval and everything for the filters that they're looking to put in Gull Lake is really close, but it's not finalized yet, so.
So it's not even being done yet.
No,
Nope.
no, they haven't got approvals yet. But also, if it did get done, then Buffalo Lake would be able to use the same system. And then the idea, if it does go ahead, you don't have to record all this.
Okay,
If it does go ahead, they would lower the trigger for pumping. So then they would pump all year instead of, it used to be when there was a trigger, the pumping at a lower level, but they would disregard that and have no trigger. They just use the high. So it goes over the rear.
So if Gull Lake does go ahead, who is it that is like, who sponsors the project to do this?
Well, over at Gull Lake, even when we were pumping, the associations over there in the counties of Lacombe and Canoka, and the little subdivisions around the lake, they all chipped in.
Okay, but like who's driving the process?
there's a society
society is-
there.
They have a similar setup as we do.
Okay, we've got a society that manages this as well.
No.
No, we don't.
They've set it up so they can, acquire donations and whatever to help with the pumping. Like I know Brenda, from County Council over in Macomb said last time they pumped, the county put in 45,000.
Yeah.
And then also County Pinoka, and then you got 2 summer villages there, and then all sorts of subdivisions around. So that was for the power. And when we were pumping here, the government took care of everything. So,
This one is under a different thing, and is operated by the government. The one over at Gull Lake.
It's operated
is
by the community.
well,
Community and a society. It's a society that is.
yeah, but the system is still the same as ours. Like
Right.
it's-
But
it's
it's-
Brennan Parks.
Like like who makes the,
It triggers the decision.
yeah, and then who do we lobby with to say like,
It's
boy, would
all-
you like to get this going?
It's all set. If they get it, we're gonna get it.
We'll get the approval, or we have the option
That
to,
approval will come over to this.
okay,
Yeah.
and then all the costs to reactivate it and all that, though.
That's up in the air, don't know.
And that'll be some department, some government department that will be making that.
Yeah, environment and protected
And
areas.
they'll provide us whether they want us to, here's an option for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if it gets approved, like it's really close, if it gets approved, they figure they're gonna be pumping, next year and go.
Okay.
But I
But
don't
we're
know.
still a year plus away.
We would be behind them.
Yeah, so we're at
Yeah.
least a year.
Yeah, but
Subject to Alberta environment, budgets and
Right.
decisions,
Yes, potentially longer, but it's at
Yes.
least a year.
right?
And, that dam at Ardney. So that's in between Red Deer and, Alex. It's where you can see if you're driving down 11 and you can see a railroad trestle sometimes. It's by Elnora,
Yeah.
south to the river, or north to the river. Anyway, there was a dam that was proposed to go in there as a reservoir. And they've already started studies on that.
Yeah, that's been approved by the provincial government
Yeah.
to do that.
And they're actively looking into it. So that's all I got from them. So that's it.
Do reports. All right. Their next motion is to accept the council reports 8.1 to 8.3 as presented.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Then it's my report.
Yeah, now it's yours.
Oh, okay.
Your 3-pager.
I am going to only hit on the key things as you guys have been provided a copy of my. So basically, I've worked on this, getting this all mounted, that's been done. Did the interviews for the temporary public works maintenance foreman, and to advise you guys, our previous employee, Ellen Berger, is back. And he's filling in as the temporary maintenance foreman, and he brings tons of knowledge, and it's kind of a breath of fresh air at the same time as a new learning curve for both of us.
And the medical leave,
We don't know.
it's currently through till July, something?
Till the end of June,
End of June.
depending. So at this point, we are well situated,
And this is a temporary contract though at this point.
which depending on the future could be, it could be whatever.
Well,
I can't say.
positive feedback, he's doing a great job. I personally walked most of the village in the last week, and plus I've received a lot of positive feedback,
Yes, so
that the village looks better than it has in years. That's not my comments, that's others, so.
I
that's
think
good.
we're getting a lot of comments for what, since 2022 to now, this is the best it's looked.
And I've had the same comments. You bet.
Wonderful.
I just know it's been helpful to have somebody who can know, and I don't have to try
Yeah.
to figure it out.
And he's got the support here, which is
Yes.
the second piece of the puzzle that was missing.
Yes, yeah. So the library with their sessions that we worked together on were a success. Everybody seems happy, even thinks it should happen more often. So that was good. April 14th, we received approval on the Canada Day grant and we ordered some stickers, flags and tattoos and, they've all been given to the Hall Society and they've been advised. So that's a good thing. We got that. Then I had a conference call with Exploring, so we already had that discussion. We had Lauren and myself and Aaron met with a Hall Society member just to go through some of their rental maintenance issues and see if we couldn't kind of have a good open communication discussion on moving forward. And I think it was very productive, don't you, Lauren?
Yeah, I think it was trying to clear up some of the,
Misconceptions.
and whose responsibility is what. So it's not by all means done, but it clarified a lot of things.
Yeah, and we did have good recommendation that there was good clear communication on water and sewer, so that was good now.
Yeah. And then the other thing was if because they, like I had said before, they operate kind of like the village now, so the executive board has all meetings and then they just have one annual meeting. So it was suggested that a village member go to their executive meetings as well.
And that I would be reviewing the agreement we have with them that based on regulation, that might be something we need to sit down and redo. So that it fits more within the regulations of, if it's funded by a municipality, you should have a member sitting on there just as that's go between.
Yeah, to clear up things. And it always used to be that way, except they changed they used to have everybody come to their meetings, but now they don't.
Yeah, and then, okay, May 1st, we were doing some Catalyst, which is our Muniware system. We had some meetings with them because we're looking at seeing about doing ERP cloud and web mapping and just kind of getting cost estimates, discussions for consideration for doing a partnered ACP grant. So we're just in the middle of investigating that. Special council meeting we did. Golf carts. Well, we have started collecting them. So that was implemented as of May 13th. At this point, I would say we have more than 17 applications received.
Oh my God, okay.
And 13 applications have been approved or processed. So yeah, it's coming along. The municipality has been approached by the county of Stettler to do a fee for service with White Sands to administer their golf cart pilot project. So they're having that discussion today also. For their applications and reporting. I don't see any issue with taking on this service for the county and recoup costs through their registration fee. All other costs for signage installation would be covered by the county. And will advise when they have received approvals,
So stickers included, like the.
yeah, because we've got the process
Yeah.
ready.
Yeah, we're just doing, this year we're just doing a colored piece of paper and I laminate it and has like, for us it says like Summer Village White Sand, the number kind of attached to each application. I use our seal too, and then I have it validated until the end of this year.
So we would provide all of that, just
Yeah.
county of Stettler.
Yeah.
Except the seal.
Yeah.
They won't get
Except
our
the seal,
seal.
that won't be our, they won't get a seal, but.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's a revenue source. It may not be a lot, but I think it's an opportunity to
don't-
work together.
Don't say it won't be a lot. You might have
Depends how many they get.
well, they've got all their subdivisions too.
But, so if they have, well, here's the question on that.
Yep.
If they have a county of Stettler, sticker, are they allowed to come in the village?
According to your bylaw.
According to the
Bylaw says
bylaw,
no.
Exactly.
That's right, the regulations.
But there was also discussion on that they could do a South Buffalo Lake one.
But there currently is not.
But it still has to be on 30-kilometer-hour roads to travel.
Which
And yeah,
there's
that's-
no.
you can't.
But
Yeah, that's right.
they were gonna change the speed limit on this up to RW.
Oh,
And
Oh, that's gonna go over like a lead balloon.
Mhm.
It's only up to Bar W though.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah.
Another kilometer doing 30K and not speeding. Good luck.
put speed bumps out there. Keep
Yeah.
people
I don't
down.
know the full implications.
Anyway,
Yes.
right now,
But that's an
but
opportunity.
that's
time.
not what this is. This is just to say, this is
Registration.
a registration service. I think if we're already set up for it, yes, it's,
Yeah, and I figured administratively, you don't have an issue with
Okay.
it, so just to advise you guys that
Okay.
if it's a go-ahead through the county, we'll accept it and collect the revenue. Audited financial statements, we did that on May 6th, you now have it presented, we'll do the reporting today. We did another Catalyst conference meeting, and we were looking at their web map demos and their ERP clouds.
Yeah, we're actually looking at the program that day.
Yeah,
So
we were
just-
actually getting a run through of them, so like I said, there's a good potential here, but we're gonna try for a different grant opportunity and a partnership is what we're looking for.
good.
Sorry, on number 10 with Gitzel and Company, don't we generally decide whether we're gonna,
Take them on for another year.
yeah,
I thought that we would do this after the elections, that's the best time to go out for your RFP before you get into, because audited, to do your financial statements, year end will be January.
Don't you usually appoint an auditor upon them presenting?
that's what we've done on all boards.
Most boards is the day you get your presentation, you accept the auditor's report.
Yes.
Or if you do an AGM, it's usually an AGM. And you, so you present your statements to the audience and you ask for do we want to continue with this guy next year? Or do we want to go out?
I was gonna do that at your org. Do you want to continue with Gitzel or do you want to go out for an RFP?
Does it matter when we approve that?
No, but I mean, just all like the water commission, the ambulance, everybody after
Accepting it?
after accepting it, then they ask, do you wanna do it?
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter to me, cause I'm not gonna be here.
It's,
But if it was a brand new council,
Will they know?
yeah, that's one of the reasons.
well, that is where if we do it at the org, it would be based on what you guys are comfortable with. I'd give a recommendation that you can continue at Gitzel and Company. And based on previous years, there was a shortage of staff, which is fine now. Or would you like me to go up for an RFP for auditor services? And then it comes back and you will
Do
decide.
we
if you
have a
wanna-
problem with just approving it now?
No, if you guys wanna do it, then that's up to you.
I have a problem. I mean, it's timely to talk about it now while it's fresh in our mind and there
Yeah,
might be,
that's
might be
more,
three new people here at the
Sure.
work meeting that don't have any of the backgrounds.
I would be okay with putting a motion forward to employ Gitzel and Company to do the next audit.
So motion to continue
Using
You
them
can
or-
continue.
using
Continue.
Gitzel and Company to complete the 2025 audit financial year.
I think that's timely. I mean, I agree with you. I've seen it usually done at an AGM when you're presenting the year end.
But the only caveat I have on this motion right now is we haven't done any discussion on what the rates and fees are, what the other alternatives are,
We don't have that feedback.
We're approving it.
I can't tell you
It's-
anything because I don't have,
Are we kind of signing a blank check if we don't have a quote from them for the service?
like it,
They'll say,
honest-
okay, well, I'm in now.
Oh,
Yeah,
Like, do we have to have their proposal before we approve it?
if you're continuing on, you kind of have a base idea, add another 3.5%, it'll probably go
Yeah.
up, right?
yeah, based on the previous
But
years.
also, that's a good point, because you could get someone out of Red Deer, Camrose, whoever.
Like, I just think until we have a proposal from them for fees for service for next year, we should approve it.
When do we usually get that? Do we-
Well, I do all the prep for your org meeting and we have an election, so those are the kind of things that I would be including and bringing to org. because that's all part of your education process after the election.
But how can a new council approve it when they don't fully,
Like, can we just make a motion for you to approach Gensel and Company
and
for,
get some pricing for next year?
contract pricing for 2025? And then we can
Yeah.
approve that at the next meeting.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
I just like that better than.
Yeah, then blanket approval.
If Justin says, oh, hi, I got them now, and, okay, here's my new contract, I'm up 20, you know, right, it's about 20%.
Approach Gibson Company, sorry.
For a proposal on the cost for 2025.
Yeah.
What the increase is.
Yeah, they've been doing us since 1980.
Yeah,
But
still worth getting.
It is with bigger companies. I guess the other thing is, this is just on the side, that they have all the crap, they know the people that, like Lori
Usually,
goes there and,
And,
but if it's a big difference,
Well, and usually you don't change unless there's a huge cost increase or they screwed up the previous year, or you're not happy with them.
and not all accountants do municipalities.
That's right, so usually what happens is municipalities, it's like banking. Every 3-5 years,
You go
you
over.
kind of go out to kind of take a feel and see if there's any better options,
Yeah.
and then you kind of review it.
yeah, like you got another,
Doesn't mean you have to change.
you've got an accountant down Front Street too.
So moved by Councillor Ashford to approach Gibson Company for proposal on cost for 2025.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, now I gotta vote on it,
All in favor?
sorry. Okay,
Okay, encroachment.
Okay, I'm working on the encroachment agreement application, with the property owner, so that's in progress. Oh, sorry, get one of everything here. Flight reporting's completed, fire meeting you covered. Oh, Canada Summer Jobs application,
Not funded.
not funded, so, Ocean Sands has been approved for 5, they only filled 4. I'm working with them to see if there's a way that we could access their.
So they got funded for 5 and we didn't get funded for any.
2, we already get funded.
They
for
said it was
two.
oversubscribed, same old stuff. So, we are gonna review this and see if there's some way that we can get at least some of the funding used, we'll figure out a way to make it work. But it is what it is, we have our 2 summer students and we just didn't get the grant, but I'll continue working on weeds. We're not getting rid of stuff, this is where we're at, just so you're aware.
Well, it's happened before.
Yeah, used to be, previous to me, there was no grants at all. So.
Okay.
Our CMP delegation will be in June, grant reporting, we've got that completed now. Maintenance we've been doing is Township Road 404, we got the grading, graveling, we graded the 2 main roads, speed bumps are gonna be installed this week, before Friday, so be aware. We're looking at the dust control options, grant covering of costs, right now, just to do Buffalo and Jennifer, just calcium application is about 25,000, that doesn't include all the other stuff that's gotta go with it. Lawnmower maintenance completed.
Just on that, dust control.
Yeah.
We're gonna start to get some feedback on that. Because
We are already.
Okay, so have we made a decision to proceed or not proceed on that?
We've got our grant, we've got money in there, and we're hoping the approval comes in once we get our FIRs in.
Which takes a couple weeks.
Yeah,
So yes or no, are we dust controlling those 2, that one and that one, or not?
I would like to, I just want to make sure we get approval on the grants, because we can't afford 25,000 unless you want to take it out of reserves.
We can't take it out of grant money from previous, because this is operations. Is that what you're saying?
No,
No,
this would
this
be
is
under the capital,
capital.
and I'm just waiting because we're trying to get it, it's in the MSI, because we gotta spend the MSI, because if you put it in the LGFF, then we don't have money.
Yeah.
Which roads we're doing?
So when will we know whether dust control for that this and this, Buffalo, Jennifer, and
I am looking to get the information, hopefully before the end of the month, to be able to do the applications before the end of June.
before the end, okay, that's what I was asking.
Because your hottest months are going to be July and August, and that's your busiest time, so we can, applications for any of that calcium product or whatever, it can be done right up to the end of June. And we only do one application, where some places do
Yeah,
two.
no, we only need the one if we're only doing 30K, so.
Yeah.
But it's going to cause, yes.
Oh, we already had this even before the rain, we were praying.
Okay,
What's the third road? Do you figure out the third road? Is it Buffalo?
It's
Jennifer?
just Buffalo and Jennifer.
Okay,
what, the 40-2?
that one has too much on it.
It has
Oh, okay.
so much that
Okay,
it's.
so we're not doing that one, we would do the other.
No, cause
Okay.
it's so packed, we're putting that gravel on to pack in there and not create the slurry mix is what we are trying to, and so far, maybe we've achieved it this year.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah, last year the grader blade was part of McHill and they didn't move anything.
yeah,
Yeah, it goes from one extreme to another, so I wanna tread careful on that calcium
okay,
application.
so when, we wouldn't do that one, we would just do these other two,
Yeah.
cause that, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Lawnmower maintenance was completed, we were in the grass cutting mode, equipment repaired on tractor door and on the hydraulic ram. So that's been a bit of an expense. Outdoor washrooms have been prepped for the long weekend, cleaning schedule established for the season. Development permits, we have 3, subdivision application, we have received 1, so that'll be coming June 11th. Road closure bylaw, we've gone through the RPAT, so we've got the approvals through the transportation, and it is now into the minister for signing, so we're hoping to get it back hopefully before June meeting. So that's that. The other thing is, yesterday, Roshan Stands Council had their meeting, and heads up, there'll be an official letter coming to you guys. Their council, they have decided to purchase the HP Extreme Drive on dock, floating dock system for the emergency management we do. The cost is $12,587. For the county of there's 2 search and rescue CUs, and further the invitation be extended to the county of Stettler and Summer Village of White Sands to share equally in the capital costs associated with the acquisition of this dock. So that's gonna come in formal, and
So this would be a floating dock for search and rescue sea.
Yeah.
Located at the Roshan Marina.
at the
Yeah.
Roshan Marina
There's
behind the
2.
lock gates with a key code, yes.
There's 2 CUs
Okay.
and they have trained people.
Research and rescue.
Yeah,
Right now, they're down south of town in the county office, or in the county shop.
Tucked behind some fire trucks.
They just call it out when there's
Well,
a call.
it's just, it doesn't make sense when you can have them out here.
so,
And in the bay particularly, if there's a big storm, there's
No issues.
no
Yeah.
issues to get out of there because
Is this an annual cost every year, or this is a
No.
one-time capital?
this will be a
cost?
one-time capital cost, so this is what, when it officially comes in, you'll need to make a decision on if you're willing to support it, and is it coming from reserve, so that's gonna be a reserve allocation.
That wouldn't be something that could be covered with one of the grants.
Too late.
And if there was 3 parties in it, I don't know.
How that would work.
There's
Yeah,
collaboration.
Right.
like this has just been kinda yesterday, and
Yeah.
then,
Okay.
yeah. But if it's a 3-way, it might not be as bad, and then that's your guys' call on taking that $3,000 or $4,000.
We'll wait
Okay.
for the request.
Alright, you want to say something?
I'm done. Thank you.
PKO report as presented.
All in favor?
Who wanted to accept it?
Oh, I'll accept it.
Please.
All in favor?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, financial, budget's financial, we have the new numbers in there, look at that.
Yeah.
Now you can see where we're sitting at.
Pretty good.
So far, we're doing good. Considering we are 5 months in.
Yeah, it all seemed reasonable. Anything in particular you highlight for us, Melissa?
Not at this point, I would say
The
maybe,
surplus in the disaster services is just because of allocation between last year and this year? Or the emergency management?
It's very complicated, place and all that.
yeah. Other than that, I don't, like, it looks for right now, for being 5 months in, we're doing quite well. Let's talk 2-3 months down the road.
In the busy season.
Exactly.
Fair enough.
We got your March.
Yeah, your bank recs, as you can see, because we hadn't passed the budgets, we were operating in a deficit. Yeah, so it's just for people to understand that's how it is until you do your taxes.
So looking to approve items 10.1 to 10.3 financial report as presented.
I'll move it.
You move it, okay? And then vote.
So, letter from MacGyver.
This will be his last one.
In his
Yes.
last role.
He's going on to be the House Speaker.
Third guy, yeah.
Wonder who's gonna take over.
Got an intern in right now. Spot.
He was pretty hard nosed for municipal affairs.
So what does this
I
say?
don't
What
know,
is
I
this
love
telling
him.
us? Is there anything
So if he-
important that we need to take from this?
No,
This is reviewing some stuff.
yeah,
I was on a webinar with him on the Bill 50. And he said some stuff about municipalities because there was questions going back to him. And I didn't even think this was, it was never, I could say never, it's not allowed. But if you want to have a meeting outside a council regular meeting, he said it is absolutely okay, but you have to have, not a council meeting, it's okay for the 3 councilors
To meet,
together as
yeah.
long as they're all there.
So it can't be 2.
No,
Oh, I thought it
but
was.
you can't make any formal.
No, you can't
No,
do
no,
anything.
that's for sure, but you
But-
can get together to discuss over a beer, but, so 2 can't? So you and I can't meet on the street and talk?
no.
No.
And you better not be thinking by yourself either.
No kidding.
That's even worse.
Wow.
But the important thing about that is if the 3 of us were to get together, or I'm not gonna be around forever. Like the 3 council could get together if there's a real complicated issue on an agenda item. Or the whole agenda, he said, could be discussed and then have the council meeting.
Isn't that contrary to
That's
the?
contrary to the MGA, that isn't.
That
really
was on
correct.
that.
That's what he
That's what
said,
he said.
but that's not.
And you would have to have your discussions again.
Oh, yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because the thing about council meetings and public, that they're in the public, is that this discussions
Is
and
in the public.
is in the public,
So if
and
you-
then the
right.
final decision is in that resolution, and that all council, whether you agree to disagree, supports that resolution.
And that's what I was,
That's
what we were
interesting.
told.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of people on there.
Yeah, cause
Unless you
even
make a
in the
mistake.
training, they
But it
were,
was, he said you could go over stuff as long as the 3 of you were there.
Interesting. It does seem a little bit.
Well, and that's really I know the ones in Calgary, the counselors always did meet like I would meet with you and get you on side with my proposal, and then I'd meet with you. They all did that all the time. So that, he's saying it's not allowed, but us three, it is. Wow,
Yeah.
I might have a copy of that part.
I'd be interested in reading that, because that does go a little bit contrary
Then
to.
that could also be that, where they call it a committee
Committee
of
of the whole?
the whole, or I don't know what names they use
I
now.
have to use
That's what
yours.
they used to. So it was just discussion. You would flush things out, but there was no decisions made.
Yeah, well, that's what he said. You
Yeah,
can just
so that's called a
discuss things.
committee of a whole, where you can have council get together, we're not taking really any minutes or anything, it's just a
Still in the
discussion.
public,
Yes, it is,
so.
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I was just interested.
Yeah. Okay,
The minutes from the Shirley McClellan, not much there. Seniors Week declaration. It's there. Canada Day, you got how much? 3,000?
3,100, I think it was.
3,180.
Oh, there you go.
Good.
And then we gave a big bag of tattoos and
Stickers and flags,
stickers and flags.
Yeah.
paper flags, like
We got,
And they were
right
free.
this year. We got them ordered and free.
Yeah, we got them free.
And, no, so what's the 3,000 allocated towards?
Right, they can go to a lot of things other than food, like a food truck
Yeah.
or any food, they can't use that funds, which we have let the whole society know. But it can do like a cake, no, that's the only thing.
And
So it could do a band,
Band,
like they
yeah.
had, so
Yeah.
that was funded last year by this grant?
There was
And
only
this year.
certain things that we were kind of given a little bit of a tap.
Don't do it again next year.
So we've advised them,
You can't do this, or you
you
can.
can't do that, make sure that it fits within the requirements for us to do.
Yeah. This is the big one was food. They said, you can have a cake, but that's it.
Give me a heck of a cake.
There you go.
We're in the big cake.
Chili and bun cake. Okay,
Cake and ice cream.
Okay, and Alberta
Conference.
emergency. In the conference, yeah. I'd suggest you guys strongly go again.
yeah.
That was a very good conference.
I would
they run
recommend
again.
that,
Register all of
we
council.
register all council, 3, and also a CAO.
Okay.
I think we should get 4. I think you would have gotten good value out of that too. Don't you think?
I agree, and I think there was a cancellation policy anyways, I think I saw there that, would, you know, if the new council can't make it or something like that, I think there's still potential to
Yeah,
cancel.
that's in there. I think it's in, the first of September. somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would
I would agree
get
with
on
that.
that list sooner
So
rather than
I'd
later.
like a motion from you guys that we register all members of council and the CAO for the ASMA conference for
I'll make that
2025.
motion.
That way it's done.
Okay,
All in favor?
yeah, that was very valuable.
Yeah.
All
And then
in-
if you amend a policy, you can just add that into your council policy, so it's just there.
Well, it's almost part of the training as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is. And then networking, and then you get to know. But you
Most-
guys got to know
Oh.
other guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fresh off the boat, but I mean, we learned a lot in that short period of time.
Most municipal council remuneration things, they would have that clause right in there that said, all members will attend AUMA, or 2 members will attend AUMA, and it was always there. And they
Can we
appreciate-
can we get administration to look into the AUMA? When is that? That's the fall as
That's
well.
the fall as well.
We haven't had early registration, because we couldn't get into that last year. We were too late or something? I'm not sure we all need to go, but it has some value as well.
I was supposed to go
yeah.
to it, but we
We
were
made a
in.
by-election in this building, she did.
Yeah, between the by-election and this building, I decided not to burden the municipality when we're in the.
Can
middle
we
of
get information for
Yeah, I
the
can
next
pull that.
meeting, because potentially a counselor and or somebody from them,
Yeah, so we'll add AUMA,
Just at this point, just getting information.
yeah, conference
I
info.
don't think we need to approve or not.
Perfect.
Where is it this year? Last year it was
That's
Red
what I
Deer.
don't-
Last year was Red Deer, so I'm thinking it's either Calgary or Edmonton this year. But yeah. Yeah, that was just, the situation just didn't allow and I didn't feel comfortable with everything going on.
It's, looks like it'll be November in Calgary.
There you go.
Yeah.
Something to look at.
Okay.
Anything else? Yeah.
Mm,
I just accept your correspondence.
Yeah, except the correspondence is presented and adjournment.
At 1:34, that's funny, at the same time as last time.
I thought it was gonna be shorter, but anyway.
Yeah, well, that's, thank you.
I
Okay,
think we had a lot of difference.